Hey, are we live? Yes, we are.
Yeah, it looks like we are live.
Welcome to my birthday stream. I don't know if anybody is watching yet, but in any case, yeah, I'm going to be showing some of my comics. Probably not things that are more normal. I'm probably going to avoid some of everyone's favorites. I got Zero Alan Moore comics, didn't I? Yeah, no Alan Moore comics. Do have one Starlin comic. I thought about taking out. I know I have the Brazilian special with the man for the man who has everything, and I probably could have shown that, but then it's never mind.
Me, I have my before we started the show, I was talking about the Life and Times of Scrooge McDuck. It's a trade paperback that I want to go back to rereading. I've been kind of like moving my shelf unit around because I'm moving some books into another room, and I had put a bookshelf with all my hardcovers in one place, and I don't have as many as I thought I did. They're mostly the Masterworks, and then the whatever the DC Comics version of Masterworks was at the time, because they were kind of like running it about the same time. So you had a set of Marvel Masterworks, and then you had whatever DC was calling their hardcovers. And so I have those, but I never really picked up any after that. Because I know I only have like one omnibus. It's a Captain America one, and it was only because I won it at a comic convention. That was that. It was like I was trying to get the Spider-Man one, but I ended up getting the Captain America one. And I never opened it because it's like I already read a lot of those stories, and I figured, oh, maybe one day I could trade that in for a Spider-Man one. But
Mhm.
so my moving trade paperbacks around, and um, there's just some stories I want to revisit because sometimes I'll read it and just toss it right onto the shelf and never get back to it. So it's like I
Yeah.
think for the new year I want to revisit not only my old comic books but my old trade paperbacks and kind of decide, am I going to try to finish off the run, or um, or do I add on to it? So it's
Mhm.
that back and forth that collectors go through, because it's like it looks nice on the shelf when you have a whole collection, but at some point I did sell many of my masterworks at the time just because I needed the money, and they sold very well on eBay at the time. So it's like, oh, the ones I kept were like some of the signed ones, because I think that was like some of the first books I ever got signed by artists, because I was starting to go to conventions around that same time, so I had gotten a few books of them signed.
I always avoided hardcovers because uh, we have people.
People are showing up, yay!
Yay! There's Kyle. How are you? And Comic Crack. Thank you. Oh man, that's that's a shame. But I guess I can ask Kyle because Kyle has a lot of old stuff. I put the link in because I want people to show me to come in and show me a comic so we can talk about it. So if you have any near you that you can get, you can join the stream. I think I haven't pinned the link. I need to pin. How do I pin the link? I can pin the link, but it doesn't let me. Why is it not letting me? But it's still there. Wait a minute. No, it isn't. No wonder.
You have
Hmm.
a setting that might be off.
That doesn't. No. I should be able to post links directly that work, and it's not letting me.
It says you can star important comments so you remember to discuss it during the show.
Hmm.
So that popped up.
Yeah.
It's possible they changed the name of it,
Mm.
so it's no longer pinned. Kyle says that this stream is in the link.
Yeah. Weird. Let me try again. Well, by lunchtime, yeah. Werewolf showed up in the the Dr. Silver Age show, and he lives in Australia, but he's been watching Premier League games in the UK. 3 times now, yeah. But can you copy it and put and paste it in the address bar? Then you'll be able to come in, even if. Right. Having to do manual stuff nowadays is I don't know what's going on here. This should have commands and it doesn't. Yeah, it's not letting me pin my own messages. It's ridiculous. What? Okay. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Your choice. You pick up something that you like and that you want more people to know about, and we can talk about it. What did I get for my birthday? Whiskey, which is what I like. I'm a very easy man to please when it comes to presents. It has to be liquid and Irish. Well, while we wait for Kyle, I guess I'll show one of my comics. So, Captain America. This is a Brazilian edition that reprints the Golden Age stories from Captain America #1 and 2.
Nice.
But only the Captain America ones. It doesn't have the one
the extra
that,
backup stories.
Yeah, because there were backup stories with other characters that didn't get it.
Okay.
From 81, White Rave. I know. But come on, there's you have always a good chunk of material that everyone shows in the Geekly Weekly, and it really doesn't matter. I enjoy seeing all that old stuff from all of the publishers. Hey, if you got some EC, that would be nice. Yeah, but so this thing, it has a cardstock cover, but the inside is all newsprint.
Is it color, black and white?
No, it's in color.
Okay.
But they didn't have to recolor because a lot of times for the digests, the Brazilians would get the art in black and white and the original issues for proofs, but they would have to color the way they wanted to print.
Okay.
but otherwise, this came out like this. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Mhm.
There's been some foreign books that I've seen where it's just a new set of colors altogether, and then sometimes the stripes on his belly in the wrong order. I've seen that a few times.
Mhm. Howler Mouse is Christmas shopping. Oh, too bad, because I'm gonna show a couple of the comics that you like. Yeah, here's an here's another story, the one with the wax from the wax museum, the wax statues. Okay, there's one of the Red Skull stories in here. Where is it? Ah, Red Skull.
Nice.
The Red Skull is one of the few villains that survived from the Golden Age.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's also an early design for the Ringmaster from the Circus of Crime,
Really?
which yeah,
I
they
didn't
appeared
think.
in yeah.
Okay.
Hmm. But I don't think the story's here. Circus of Crime isn't here. I don't think so. I think that was issue number 3. Oh, this is the one Sando and Omar, which Kirby repurposed for Tales of Suspense.
Oh, okay. I vaguely remember it.
Yeah, and it was also on the cartoon. Okay, what do you have?
I have, as I was showing before, um, I wanted to go back to. I've been cleaning out some stuff, and I want to revisit a lot of the trade paperbacks that I have. And one set that I really did, I remember enjoying reading is The Life and Times of Scrooge McDuck. And I have two of them. So I have basically the regular trade paperback, and then there was a companion book that he did as well. And
And
so this is really, as much as I like DuckTales, the cartoon at the time, I did know about the comic strips, and then I did know that Don, I believe, got an award for this series. So it's basically bringing back and talking about the I guess the important parts of Scrooge McDuck, because it ran for quite a long time. And the funny thing about it is that uh, I learned most of the duck information basically from Don's books, and it basically goes into how there were people who was so into the Duck series that they were studying it to the point where they knew who was drawing it. Although this was a Disney project that never got really credited to which particular artist, eventually they kind of got nicknames. And I learned that Carl Box was the one that was called the good duck artist. That was basically how they described him because he had a particular look to his style. And so Don, doing his own research, basically put together a continuity of Scrooge McDuck and where he was getting things from. And then I learned almost all my duck stuff from Don and revisited again when they had the newer DuckTales cartoon show where they even designed it to look more of the comic strip look to it, and even took out lore from the book. Like I knew Donald had a sister, Della Duck. I did not know that that was his twin sister, and so she's only ever mentioned in a family tree. In the newer cartoons, they go into detail where she's been all this time. And they always gloss over who is the father to Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And even in the books, when they show the family tree, his picture is on there, but there's like a leaf or something covering him. So they keep that joke going on. I was hoping that I could pop out the family tree, but I do not remember.
Should be at the end, no?
I don't recall. It's been so long since I've read this.
In the Portuguese edition, I have it at the end.
Okay. Maybe it's in the other one. No, it's in neither one of these. So where did I read it?
I know it was published. I have it in the Portuguese one.
I remember it being a 2-page spread as well. Mm-hmm. But that was basically what I pulled out with these books, because it's like I want to revisit these. I'm moving things around on my shelf, and then realize that there are some books that I haven't read in years, and I just enjoy it just for the sheer the fun of it. The other book that I almost brought out to show was the Thing had his own series for a while, and so there's the Project Pegasus, and that was like one of the stories that I enjoyed as well, because for a while the only way to get reprints, here it is. The only way to get reprints were just to get the trade paperbacks of stories. So here's the Duck's Family Tree.
Hold on.
And
okay.
So Huey, Louie, and Dewey, it basically shows Della and Donald, but the father is covered by another bird. So there's a bird in the tree hanging out, covering whatever the duck's name is, and last name happens to be Duck as well.
Yeah, so no relation.
No relation. It's just that Duck is probably like Smith in the duck world.
Yeah, you know that in the European stories, they usually portray Grandma Duck as Uncle Scrooge's sister. But in according to the story there, she's his mother-in-law.
Oh, okay. So that's what I've been doing. So I'm revisiting some old books, and then my stack of new books that I got this week I haven't even read yet. Looking forward to Secret Wars, mainly because this was the book, not this particular book, but Secret Wars is what kind of got me into collecting comics. I was reading some comics, but collecting them started with Secret Wars. And I have recently posted up my Secret Wars. I have a retail poster. So they redid the original cover. They changed a few things around, like put the black costume on Spider-Man. But it's basically a reproduction of the original cover that appeared on the first issue. And then this art, not this particular art, but the Secret Wars art was used a few times. And depending on where it was used, there were characters either there or not. So in the original book, it's pretty much the characters that are on here. But they used the same artwork for Marvel Age. And on there was Kitty Pryde, who never appeared in the book. And the poster, the retail poster that I was talking about before, they didn't even have this logo made up yet. It was just regular black type on it, and it was called The Secret Wars. So they kind of like was changing things around as it was going along. So it's almost kind of like very similar to like the Revenge of the Sith poster for Star Wars, that they made a poster and then they changed the name in the middle, in the beginning of it. Same thing with Secret Wars. It started one direction and then changed real quickly to something else. But just what it was is they were removing characters from the cover because those characters did not appear in the books. Kitty Pryde was on the cover because she was the main character in the X-Men, but she didn't go to the Secret Wars world.
Okay, so Werewolf by Lunchtime asks, after Calvin and Hobbes, what do I consider the second best newspaper strip of all time? Calvin and Hobbes is not the best newspaper strip of all time. And I have here an Argentinian strip, which is the best newspaper strip of all time, ahead of the second one, which is Peanuts.
The
And
best
comics
Bloom
says
County.
happy birthday.
Go there.
Magazine says UK editions, yeah. I remember.
Yeah, from what I understand, the UK version of Secret Wars was kind of like the Marvel title, and then there was always extra stories. So Secret Wars kept going as a title. And I think they might have been hardcover. I'm not too sure if they were, because I've seen pictures of a few that were in hardcover. And so I didn't know.
Those would have been the annuals, because the annuals in the UK are not slightly larger versions of their regular comics. They're really big.
Okay. I never held one, so I always wanted to get one. But it was like, are they all hardcover books in the UK? But it was like, okay, I think that might have been something special. And then when you said annual, I just remembered, okay, there was something like that. And I think Transformers ran a few hardcover books too, but I guess they did annuals as well.
They were annuals, yeah. How late will I be on? I don't know. My plan was for people to come in, and I would invite them, and they would show a comic or two, and maybe I could get some people cycling in and out. But it all depends. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do. If there's interest, I can do 2 hours, maybe more. So if you're not home, you can get home. How's it going over there, Kyle?
I just got stuff spread all over the place, just waiting to pop things up in the air. Here's one of the first DC comic books.
I'm really liking the logos, the font that they're using for that title.
Spring of 1947. I got stuff spread in so many boxes, I don't know which way is up. He said some EC, and then we talked about Captain America. Here's a new Captain America, except there's something a little unique about it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Autographed by Joe Simon. Then the co-creator of Captain America, Jack Kirby. There's my Kirby autograph.
Oh.
Very nice. Yeah. I don't have anything with Jack's signature on it, but I do have a Joe Simon Fighting America signed.
40-year-old pin set, never been taken out of the plastic. Random things as I'm going through random boxes.
Those Planet Hollywood pins or Planet Studios?
Like showing that one off. That's always a fun one to say, hey, I got a good book. Here's a silly ash can with some scribbles on it, mainly from the writer. It's my Alan Moore autograph.
Yeah, the original writer, as he now calls himself on some occasions.
And then the silliest thing to have a Stan Lee autograph on.
Oh, I don't understand why people hate that so much. Although it got better after Pat Mills started writing it.
Yeah. And then since I was grabbing autographs, random Neil Adams autograph. And then flipping around music, here's a Alice Cooper and Neil Gaiman autograph book.
Nice.
You know that when that thing was published in Portugal about 20 years ago, they did a completely original design. And then Dark Horse, when they reprinted the story again in the US, they bought the design that was made by my friend at the Portuguese publisher.
Nice.
Cool. And then staying on music, little Dave Mustaine, Cryptic Tales of Megadeth. Then why I like this comic so much is because it's a leather book. It's got a leather cover. So, that's a little bit of random fun. Didn't have to dig too far for these things. So. And I got stuff here about to be traded away. I got a couple ECs buried right here. Who knows where? Here's the second or third appearance of Loki.
Number 92.
Oh, I don't know what's stacked where. I don't even know what that goes to. Oh. These back up top. There we go. About to trade this one away.
Oh,
Early issue of Weird Science. Just step on the trade stack. Then again, so's that Loki, and just mostly the same old crap with my stuff. So I'm trying to flip it out and trade for different stuff. I don't know.
you can probably sell a Marvel from that time and get money for 20 odd things, also from the same time that were not made by Marvel.
Yeah, the bulk of pretty much all these in the middle here are Marvel. Like 60% of my collection's Marvel.
Yeah,
Yeah, 60%'s Marvel. Maybe 25% is Independence and 15% is DC. I've been letting go a lot of my DC. I let go of Batman number 15 from 1942.
Oh, you should have let go of that one.
Nah, I'm a Marvel guy. I owned it. It was neat. Life goes on. So, yeah, that's a peek at some things, but I don't have a whole bunch of energy to move around a lot. I don't know what's in this one. I thought some of my older Disneys were in here, but I traded away a 1933 Mickey Mouse and a 1934 Mickey Mouse, issue 2 and issue 4. Issue 2 got a 6.5 white pages grade, second highest grade outside of the file copy. Just sold at Heritage for $2,000. Here's a wartime Disney. So I went from having a 1933 to going, I think my oldest now is 12 years later. So I don't know. I got some 30s Disney stuff and oversized things too. So.
You know that in Europe, even though the stories are made in color, Donald's shirt is always black because the first stories to be printed in Europe were the newspaper strips.
Lots of
So when
art.
when they started producing the stories just for the European market, they still colored it black because people were used to seeing it that way.
Had the first appearance of Junior Woodchucks, and they gave that away. Comics and Stories 125 from like 1955. But yeah. Well, I'm done showing. I can talk comics for a while.
Yeah.
I'm done showing for a bit because I ain't going to flip through too many boxes. It just gets redundant and ridiculous.
Yeah. So I got here there's one shot that DC did about 20 years ago, reprinting all of Kirby's Green Arrow stories. So it's not very thick, but it's a nice historical document.
1958, the World's Finest 96 through 98.
Yep.
And a couple side stories. I traded away 98 recently too.
Many of almost all of these are pretty good. I think the first one is the weakest one, but the other ones, especially after they start doing the spacey stuff.
Yeah, the moon guy. He crosses over with Batman with the moon dude.
Yeah, but it's all the things that we used to see Kirby do at Marvel. He was already experimenting here in Green Arrow, like the storytelling. Kirby poses. I really like this book. I think because I got all the stories in one place. Crazy detail over here.
That Kirby fella's kind of important in comic book history. Just a wee bit. Just a wee tad.
Yeah, we got the guys from the Kirby Museum here a few years ago. There was there were two exhibits that year.
Another comic I'm about to give away to my grandnephew.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting rid of most of my Spider-Man, and then my grandson and my grandnephew decided they like Spider-Man, so I'm going to stock back up on Spider-Man. Just sit right on top of things, a little French duck.
Ooh.
French
Nice.
Legend de Mickey.
Yep. Started in 1952.
I don't even remember the dates on those. Well, let's see. What's the date in this one? Not to fish too far. $1975. French went from 75. But yeah, I mean, like I said, my comic history. Here's a 1842 just sitting there. Where the word cartoon came from, or where it was made popular at least. So, some of my silly stuff. And my friend Romeo Tango from DC Comics drawing my wife as Wonder Woman for an anniversary present a few years ago. So, nice big picture. He had done this Donna Troy Wonder Woman in pencil. And I said, the cheeks are a little different, but that looks a lot like my wife. So he erased it and drew a picture of my wife on it and changed it a little bit. Colored it in and Happy anniversary on the back and sent it to us. Some fun, cool stuff in my library. But if I start going up here, I'll go for hours. And that's just tacky.
Well, that's why I don't. That's why I don't organize my collection anymore. I spend more time reading than organizing.
Original art from my buddy Hillary Barta.
Ooh.
Probably my favorite comic in my collection currently. Random issue 2000 AD from 8 December 79. But it's signed to me by another comic book fan, Mick Jones from The Clash. And the significance of the date is the same day that came out.
Oh, nice.
So he picked that out and sent it to me.
Ian Gibson died recently, right? The Halo Jones artist.
Gibson? I don't know. Gibbons didn't die, did he?
No, not Dave Gibbons. Ian Gibson.
Yeah. Not comic book related, but some random stuff sitting in my hallway. Music ephemera. I go from comics to rock stars and movie stars and nice and quiet stuff down here. So I didn't even know he had died. I'm kind of surprised we hadn't talked about that on Old Parts. Oh, I got no lights on them. Well, dark's made for my face. I got a face for radio. Got a voice for radio, but I got a face for radio too.
No, the worst is when you have a face for radio and a voice for print.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I love talking comic books, and if something comes up where I might have something that you'd be interested to see and I think about it, I'll pop back up there and dig it out. But I just don't want to be too time consuming and
no worries. Wilson, do you have anything else around?
Oh, I have tons of stuff all over the place. So, I let's see if I have anything cool to show that I've been going through. I had gotten years ago. I had gotten some of those Marvel portfolios by SQ Productions. So not surprising, some Spider-Man stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so these this company had made a ton of portfolio prints, 11x14 prints. And I had taken these out because I was looking for the retail poster I mentioned before, Secret Wars. I decided I wanted to, most of them are 11x14 sizes, so I want to get one of those Iota portfolio cases to put them in. Because these, I just basically kept them bagged and board, like you would do with comics. But I figured if I was to put them into one large portfolio, then they'll be easier to look at. Because as much as I would like to frame them and hang them up, I do have a lot of art and stuff like that I would rather put into the frames than the prints. Although the prints probably last better than the artwork because we don't want the art to be affected by light.
Yeah, those old portfolios unsigned used to go for $10 and 15 to 25 for signed ones. And now you can't find them to save your life.
Not at all. It was funny how I was looking through them yesterday, and the most expensive one I think I have is a $24 one. Like even this Spider-Man one was the cover price is $6.95.
Yeah.
You know, this one I got in 1984, not 1981. But then the next big one from the same time period, or just a little while later, is this one that's Cloak and Dagger from a Rick Leonardi one. because I like this one because it comes in a folder,
Yeah.
and then this
And he
one
had
has
already
cover
signed the
price.
first print too, didn't he?
No, not in this set.
Oh.
Not when I
That
got
was
this
the one
set.
where print one was signed by Leonardi. He just traded away some of his original artwork and at Old Wolf Tony's Old Wolf 65's fundraiser for brain cancer at the beginning of the year. I gave away a 1974 signed Starlin portfolio. It's Christmas time, year round. I like being Santa Claus. I love giving stuff away. Love Leonardi's art too. He never got the credit he deserved.
Yeah, the thing is, Leonardi's art kind of changes depending on who the inker is, and since Terry Austin, who did the Cloak and Dagger miniseries with him, Austin is of course very detailed, and other inkers might not give that level of detail, and might give the impression that Leonardi doesn't skims on the pencils, but he doesn't. Is very much a photo. I think is more photographic than a storyteller. So it's some special. He captures special moments when he's telling a story.
So what I really like about this one is the fact that it is a portfolio folder, and then it has some bio information of the artist on it. So it's pretty cool.
How long you been collecting, Ramos?
I've been collecting and gathering since 1984. I started with Secret Wars, is where I really started my collecting of comics. Before that, I was reading comics, not necessarily collecting. Then in 84 is when I was really getting into it, bagging and boarding and doing stuff like that, and then picking up these things like, the Conan, the Voyager. So this is the Buscema one. Price tag of this one at the time was $12.
Yeah, cracks me up with that. Well, 84,
$25
I
for
started
the
my
color
senior
one.
year in high school. How old are you?
84. I am. When am I? I'm 52.
Yeah.
So I started collecting in 84. So I was in 7th grade.
Yeah.
7th grade history class. Somebody was reading the Spider-Man comic, and I was like, "Oh, I'm into comics," and he just changed the costume, and that blew my mind because I didn't know characters could change costumes.
There you go.
And this was Chris Miller, Bombshell. So I never really looked into this guy's artwork. It was just that I really just like these prints, and so I got them.
And then the lesser known names, they damn near give them away.
Yeah,
like $6, $7. You're like, here you go.
And then it just happens to be in the same folder as I have. This is from 80. No, this is from 94. This is signed by Mark Bagley. I think this was from the card set. You see the gold signature somewhere on there in the bottom. And then the surprise.
You're obviously East Coast. Are you around New York?
I'm in New York, yes. I'm in the Bronx, actually.
You ever been to Marvel Comics' offices?
Yes, yes, I was there for 10 years. I worked at Marvel.
You worked at Marvel?
Yes. So I was at Marvel from 1994 through 2004. I worked art returns. I returned all the original artwork back to the artist after the books were done. Was printed. So I was an assistant
who was
editor.
Your boss in that?
So my boss was Holly Riandow. She was the freelance liaison. So anytime a freelancer had any problems with anything in general, she was that connection. So I was in
you said
editorial.
94 to when?
from 94 to 2004. So this is
Wow.
this
And you
is
you were actually in the office as you worked out of the office?
yes.
Ah,
I was at
well, I
380.
got to tell a story with you. I walked in the office one day when you were there, and they let me in and walk around. I was going to tell a story about that Jesco original Spider-Man painting that used to hang in the editorial office. God knows if it still does. But that may be the finest piece of comic art I've ever seen.
The one where Spider-Man's taking off his shirt.
No, where he's just sitting in the web, just Kraut sitting in the web, where they
Oh, the one
used for
for
the
the
card
card set.
series, but it was
Yes.
the original painting, and I was just looking at that, and the white on the where you could see the white on the webbing was actually speckled paint and moved around, and I'm just staring at that Jesco painting, just blown away.
Mhm.
Like, you have got to be kidding me! And it was just lined on the walls of all that original art. But that, like I said, I'm not a big Spider-Man guy, but oh my God, that was probably my favorite comic book painting I've ever seen.
Yep.
So, well, that's cool.
Yeah. So I had
You
a lot of fun there.
you probably got well acquainted with the likes of Rick Parker, the bullpen goof.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Rick. Um, in order to get your artwork, you had to sign a release form.
Yeah.
And so at one point, I had handwritten a note and Xeroxed it and just said that basically says, if you're in the area, please pick up your artwork, kind of a thing. Because sometimes people won't sign the release form; they just let it pile up, and it was just easier to keep all the artwork in my office than their own office because at least they knew it was somewhere. So sometimes when it piled up a little too much, I would send a note, hey, can you come and pick up your stuff? Because I don't want, it's really stacking up there because people would have months and months of books laying around in the office. And so I had written this handwritten note and I put out to Rick, that kind of thing where we had a bunch of artwork. And he comes running into the office because he said the way this note reads, it reads like you're going to toss away the artwork. And it's like he made it seem like he ran all the way from his studio to the Marvel office nonstop. I'm sure he just took a running jump, right outside my door to look like he was running in. So,
Yeah.
So I got to talk to Rick quite a few times.
I would imagine. Yeah, I went in September of 2001, right as you moved up to 46th Street or whatever, whichever
Yeah.
one you moved to when you moved to Midtown. And it was funny because they let me walk around up front and then the standees and stuff up there, and I'll pull out old pictures. You'd be like, yeah, that was my office, but they wouldn't let me go back to your office because they'd be like, all right, here's the meeting room, and I sat in Stan's chair, even though, it wasn't Stan's chair. It was Casada's chair at the time or whoever's. But I got to sit in that, and then they went, now back behind those doors is where all the original art and stuff is down that hallway. And you can't go down there because that's, that's private stuff. You got a camera, you can take pictures here and do this, but you can't go anywhere where there's original art and things except in the office meeting room where they had all those hung up. That old Doom mask that got used for that FF cover that was sitting in the plexiglass case. I got a kick out of that Halloweeny looking thing that they built up for that. But
yeah,
I was so tickled. I'm dicking around New York in September of 2001 for a writer's symposium. I'm from Indianapolis and I'm up there for a writer's symposium. I didn't care about any of that other crap. I was just going to go into the office and schmooze my way in. I schmoozed my way in. Sweetest young lady at the front desk. Gorgeous, gorgeous girl. She let me snoop around a little bit. It was like that was the highlight of my trip. I was doing a reading at the Chelsea. Had some fun interactions there and stuff, but nothing could top farting around the office. And it was just nothing. I never got to see anything big, just the entryway, half the shit being moved in, and the boardroom and some hallways. And I was like a 12-year-old kid, just oh boy, this is where dreams are made. And then, you know, of course I knew most of it was mailed in or, you know, shipped around. And as another thing, I just traded away. I had the original rough art from Shelley Mayer from DC offices, and I had this shipping envelope going out for the Bible and the correspondences that went from 72 to 74 between Shelley and Carmine. And that's going into Heritage Auction soon, but I traded that away to my buddy in the UK. So I always got a kick out of that. You know, I was the nerd that kind of knew production guys' names like Beerporton, and, you know, I've had Tom Warzakowski on the show, and people are like, you know, what's the big deal? They're not a writer or the artist, but it's like, well, Tom's a letterer, and he's got 8 million stories. You know, schmoozing with these guys, and Starlin got him in. And I'm an old printing guy and a production nerd, so I was just tickled to I looked at the door of your office and damn near nutted. And you'd look at the door of your office and go, shit, another day at work. I got to put up with bullshit. But I'll tell you what, highlight of my life, September 26th, Friday, the 25th or 26th of September 2001.
Okay.
Then you must have had a crazy ass week, a week and a half later from that.
Yeah.
Or I'm saying September, August 25th. It's the same time the U.S. Open was going on. So whatever day that Friday was, 24th, 25th, 26th, that's when I was there. So it'd have to be August 25th. And then 2 weeks later, or a week and a half later, I couldn't imagine have been in New York then.
Yeah, it was it was something else. It was the crisp, clear sky New York day. Blue sky, and I was unsurprisingly running a little late, and I was on the subway when it happened, and not knowing what happened. It was just the subway was running sluggish, and so it was one of those things that taking the D train, getting out of the train, and it isn't until we hit Fifth Avenue that you could see straight down.
Yeah.
And see that, you know, the tower's on fire. But the weird thing about it is, like, I had no idea what was going on. And in my mind was like, okay, there's a fire. You know, the high-rise buildings are, you know, they have sprinkler systems and stuff like that. I saw nothing of it because I didn't hear anything. Because it wasn't until I got, somebody was like, oh, a plane hit it. And it's like, okay, that's weird. But, you know, not knowing that the other one was hit, because from the Fifth Avenue vantage point, you only really see one building. And with all the smoke.
And like this much, like a 1-inch strip of the other building coming off the side.
Exactly, because we're on 40th Street at the time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until I got inside that you find out what happened. And it's like, it was wild because we're listening to the news on the radio. We did have a television set, was wheeled into the bullpen and was watching in there. And it was surreal that, you know, here I am surrounded by superheroes, posters all over the place, comic books all over the place. And there is, you know, this going on. And it was just, again, surreal is the only thing that I can mention about it. And it was wild because, you know, what do we do next? How do we get home? Because they shut down the subway, buses and all that. Luckily, one of the freelancers that lived on 80th Street, so I ended up walking up to his place and crashing at his place for a few hours. And then the subways went back on at around 4 in the afternoon. So I was able to get home. But yeah, it was definitely surreal being there at that time. And, you know, from our vantage point, you know, watching what was going on. Because, again, all the news that was being reported on the radio, there was a, you know, the country's being attacked, but they were talking about other places being bombed or other planes crashed. That never happened. Because as the news was coming in, you had people calling in and saying this or that just happened. So it was insane. But again, other than that, nothing crazy like that until the blackout, which was another thing altogether a little later. And we were all happy that the blackout was just a blackout. It was a simple New York City, East Coast really went down, but we were just so happy it wasn't a terrorist attack. It was the very most calm and peaceful day of New York during the blackout, because I had to walk basically again, not making it home to the Bronx. Another freelancer, I ended up staying over her place overnight because it was just easier to get to her place than it was to get to my place. But again, being able to say that they were freelancers that I could go to their houses to stay, kind of tells you about the comic industry in general. It is tiny. I don't think people realize how tiny the comic industry is, and we all know each other. DC wasn't too far away, and everyone who was working at Marvel at one point or another eventually was working at DC. Yeah. So again, it's just kind
and you guys kept moving together, because like when in 2001, when you guys moved that summer, I had the address memorized on like 357 3rd. And I went there, and it's like, hey, we've moved, and I found out you moved up to 40th. So, I walked from 17th. I was in a hotel on 17th, walked over to 3rd, down to 357, found out that, went back to my hotel, then walked up to 40th. Wasn't even going to fuck with I was going to do my sightseeing, wasn't even going to fuck with a taxi cab. I was going to just walk and just enjoy everything about the whole day. And got up and got in and just went nuts. Mm-hmm. And then that happened. I had a crazy ass day because I'm at 800 or 800 miles away, and we're seeing the video, we're seeing the feeds, we're seeing real time reaction to that. And I'd been out of the Marines for 7-8 years at the time. What, 92? 9 years. I'd been out the Marines 9 years by then, but I was still on call. Called my rep, and my rep's like, well, you're a little old. We're not going to call you up into active duty, obviously. You might go active reserve, and we'll ship you out to California and be a teacher or something. But I spent 2 days making phone calls. Like, am I going to be activated? How hard is the shit hit the fan here? And they're like, nope. They're just going to shuffle stuff around. The only people that are going to see things are active, and I'm active reservist. So I stayed inactive and watched all my buddies I was in from the East Coast just go batshit, wanting to re-enlist and blow people's heads off. It's like, what the hell just happened?
This is some birthday stream.
Hey,
hello,
he was cool enough to let me know he worked at Marvel. I could torment this poor man for days on end about his stuff. What he would find mundane, I would be just. You could tell everyday stories about, hey, I had to write this note, and that person had that reaction, or this happened in my office, and I would sit just enraptured by what you were telling me about what you did on a random Tuesday in the mid-90s.
Well, we enjoyed Chris's story last night.
Yes, that's very much true. My only regret about Marvel was not keeping a diary or journal about the things that happened, because there would be regular days. Art comes in, art goes out. It was almost like the same day each and every time, and then really cool things would happen. And I might have mentioned this to Jared. It's like, that's why I did enjoy listening to Greg Schiegel's show, because he'll talk about things going on. It's like, oh, I remember being there. And every now and then he would say, yeah, this happened or that happened. One of his stories is when he met Alan Davis. And when he tells that story, because he met him outside my door. And I saw that whole interaction happen because Alan stopped by. He came to introduce himself and pick up artwork. And Greg was walking by to drop off artwork, and he's like, "Wait, you're Alan Davis?" And just to see him fanboy out in front of my door, so entertaining. Is like, and I think Greg was. I don't know if he was still an intern when that happened, or if he was already an assistant editor at the time. But it was actually really fun to watch this interaction of these two comic book artists from different eras, just. One is gushing after the other. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Yeah, and what you said about it being such a small industry, it tickles me. A lot of people don't know. I did a lot of work with musicians and stuff like that. And up until very recently, there were only like 3 major record companies with spin-off labels and tour managers assigned. It was basically 200 people that covered North America. It's not that hard to know 200 people or 50 of them. And then word gets out, hey, this guy's cool, and then things get around. And that world is just tiny. People are like, how'd you do that, and that? I stepped into a world that was tiny. It's a global business, but, there's only a couple hundred people you really deal with. And then, like you said, 2 comic companies, interchangeable parts. Then you got the upstart companies, which are feeder companies to things. Pacific would feed you guys, or they'd feed DC and Eclipse, and they'd rotate around. And you probably dealt with 50 to 75% of all talent across every comic industry, across every comic company, because sooner or later they're going to filter towards you. In one way or another, or freelancing and stuff like that. So
I don't think it's quite as much like that as it used to be, though, with DC moving across the country.
Yeah,
and Marvel and DC both looking for cheaper worldwide talent.
Yeah.
It's completely different now. I go to a comic convention and go to Artist Alley. It's like, I don't know.
There's no central location.
People. Yeah. And at one point, I used to know every artist that was in Artist Alley. I'd deal with them at one point or another. But now I walk by, it's like, I know none of these people.
Well, and then they'd still, even when you chip it out, they'd never really stray, like other than Jack being on the West Coast. They were either in Florida or up the coast to like Maine, like where Rick wound up. Mm-hmm. So you're still 1 or 2 days shipping, no matter what's going on with it right there. Mm-hmm. So, Jared, are you from the industry too, or are you just a comic nerd like me?
No, I'm from the industry.
Oh my God! All right, story time. Paulo birthday story time. What company?
That's where I know Wilson from.
Yeah. So, is you a Marvel guy too?
Yep.
For how long? Are you still there?
Nope. About 1990 till 2005.
So you're in New York too?
Years, the bust years.
You were up there too. Years. See, I looked at your office and I fanboyed.
These are my paintings behind me, and comic books up there. Where are they?
So it's Jared.
Osborne.
Jared Osborne.
JaredOsborne.com. You can go to and find all my links.
All right. All right. Tell me a story. What's your favorite comic book story, industry story?
My favorite comic book story.
Industry story, insider.
One of my
best fan meeting you.
One of my favorite stories. It's funnier if you know our friend Bunch, who once again, Steve Bunch, he worked with me at Marvel. He worked at DC in their bullpen. He was an editor at DC for a little while. I've known him. He's one of my college friends too. And he's a guy who kind of lets it all hang out. He's very hard to embarrass. He's not a guy who gets embarrassed. He's a guy who embarrasses you, not a guy who you embarrass. But this is a story that involves John Romita. John Romita was beloved. He's one of these guys who
You're talking senior, obviously.
Senior, yes.
Yeah.
Who what I got to work with him from, I think he retired in 96. So from about 90 to 96, he was the art director at Marvel.
Yeah.
The nicest guy in the world. He's one of the 3 people in the comic industry who I've never heard a bad word about. Everybody else you hear a bad word about because, we're all just people.
Yeah.
But John, you never heard a bad word about John. So it was one day, and the bullpen that I worked in, especially the early 90s, was a pretty profane place. Lots of cursing and goofy stuff and all sorts of craziness going on there. And it was one day, I have another friend, John Bly, same name as, first name is John Romita. He's a college friend of mine, also working at the Marvel bullpen. There's like 92 or so. And one day, we're just working like a normal day. This is just like one little thing that happened on a normal day that to this day amuses me. Bunch was working on something, who knows what, but something went wrong with it. So he yells out to Bly, "John, you stupid fuck, what did you do?" And with perfect comic timing, John Romita turns around and goes, "What? What did I do?" And my friend Bunch, who cannot be embarrassed, was the most embarrassed I've ever seen him. Because he was like, "What? No, not you, John. No, not you." Because, of course, he didn't want to offend John Romita, the nicest guy in the world. But it was just like, it was more like one of the perfect comic moments you'll ever see in life.
And what, 3 people saw that? 4 people?
Yeah,
and 3 or 4 people saw it?
Yeah.
And but it's a microcosm of the beauty of it all.
Right. It was just one of my most fun memories I have is just Bunch being completely embarrassed. Like, it was perfect comic timing. John Romita did it with. He turned around and went, "What? What did I do?"
30 years later, you can still tell that story like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
And 30 years from now, you still can. And there's still going to be people going, "Oh my God, how cool is that? How cool is that?"
But now, one of my favorite, this is a recent story. I don't know, 5-10 years ago, somewhere within that time. Took place in my backyard, not Marvel. A fangirl moment. I throw, for 30 years, I've been throwing a backyard barbecue on the first Saturday in August, right around my birthday. And this was one that Walter Simonson happened to show up to. He's moving now, but he used to live in town. So he comes by, he's talking, there's a lot of overlap between my college friends and my Marvel friends.
Yeah.
Because at least 6 or 7 of my college friends went and worked at Marvel with me. So we were having a great time there. So they're all at the, they all know Walter. But my one friend, Sherry Lynn, I guess she'd never met him before. So, he's just walking around talking to us. We're talking to him, and he goes up and he's talking to Sherry Lynn. And Walter had some kind of chibi Thor shirt on. One of those little cute drawings of Thor, the chibi drawings or whatever.
Yeah.
And so Sherry's talking to him, not knowing who he is. And she's like, "Oh, I like your Thor shirt." Oh, and she's like, "Oh, thank you very much." And I was like, "Oh, Sherry Lynn, do you know this is Walter Simonson?" And she just looked and went, "Ba, ba, 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 ba." And Walter went, "It's okay. I'm just a normal person." But it was like, later on, she's like, "You guys are used to this. I'm not."
Be pretty hard not to go just gaga in that moment. So yeah, Ramos is a dead giveaway when he said the Bronx, and I was like,
Bronx.
"Yeah, okay, I get it. It's killing me because you say in town, but I swear to God, if I close my eyes, I'd think you were North Jersey."
I am.
All right,
but not quite. I'm in the suburbs of New York City in New York, but I'm near the Jersey border.
Yeah.
You know Rockland County?
Yeah.
That's where I am.
Yeah,
That's where I'm from. That's where I am. So.
I mean, you sound like Zapsik and the guys down there in Red Bank, and I was like, oh my
Okay.
God, you've got that like softer Jersey slang where, you go up past what? Hell, you go up past Chelsea and forget about it. The dialect just changes. Just absolutely changes. Lower Manhattan things, it's softer, it's more
right.
tame. Forget it. You get out in the boroughs, it's this is my spot, and
they call
every
us
borough has their.
They call us the
Staten
Lower
Island,
Hudson
Staten
Valley
Island.
now, but it's 10 miles from North Jersey too. So,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, Staten Island's a sleeper.
Oh.
I did dialect training, and like New York, they literally would say you've got dialects in the 5 boroughs. And Manhattan, you can't really count it because it's such a mishmash of people from all over the world that just kind of fall into the middle.
I always say that you know how people when they're watching a movie or a TV show complain about somebody's accent, like, oh, they didn't do a good Cockney accent, oh, they didn't do a good whatever accent. I'm like, being that I'm from the New York City area, I just believe everybody's I hear so many accents that I just like believe everybody. It's like I hear accents, I have no idea where in the world they're from, and that's just normal to me. So it's like, and you rarely do you ask somebody, and when you're in New York City, you don't ask them where their accent is from because everybody's got a different accent. So it's just kind of like I'm like, I don't know, it just sounds like a normal person talking to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't hide mine. I'm in the Midwest, in Indianapolis, so I might as well be holding my nose going, yeah, well, yeehaw, y'all.
I was once asked, how do I perceive the United States? Well, in Europe, the United States are divided into 3 places: New York, Los Angeles, and Redneck City. Redneck Land. Redneck Land, capital Texas. Which city in Texas? No, not city. Capital Texas.
Well, I live 20 miles outside of the outskirts of Mega City 1, according to the map and judge.
Yeah.
You know what else, Paulo? And I actually have this downstairs for the next time I was going to see you. I have something specifically down here I have laid out to show to you.
Oh,
because you'd seen me walk around the track and things and tell my AJ stories and how I'd given away just hundreds of AJ Foyt autographs over the years. Found another one. Probably gonna give it to you. If I can find a way to get it to you, I'm probably gonna give it to you. Actually, this entire box, if you come to the States, I'll just basically give you this entire Tupperware tub here. I don't know if you guys are interested in racing, but I'm going to bore you guys with some racing stuff.
No, sometimes I bore them with some racing.
I love the racing, but I've got this down here. My cousin gave me back some of my old cards and stuff, and some old stuff from our old shop, but I actually have this specifically down here for you, and I can't believe I brain farted this. Get this lit up and get these things moved around because I'm excited to show you this now. And like I said, if it was easy to ship to you, I'd ship it off tomorrow. So
there's an ocean in the way.
Yeah.
Just to give you a size perspective, there's a couple of odd pieces in here that I've got to move around. But this is AJ memorabilia.
Oh.
And it's I mean, it's around the family so much. Oh, look.
Comics buyers. AJ Foyt buyer's guide.
Yeah. And there's AJ's signature on that.
Yeah.
I just give that to you.
Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah.
Because again, if I want his autograph, all I got to do is drop a letter to him down in Texas and go, "Hey, I need your autograph on a couple things." Got a couple old Firestone hats. He does stuff for me at Special Olympics anytime I ask. There's one of his trading cards. but he's getting old. But it was a rough year for him. I didn't even realize it till 3 weeks afterwards. But his wife of 63 years passed away right before the race this year. And
Yeah,
he is definitely a family man. Oh, look, speaking of portfolios.
AJ's son Larry now runs the team, and they just signed the guy with the best name in racing as their first signing for 2024.
Random thing popped in here. Portfolio piece of
Bernie Wrightson.
Bernie
Wrightson.
Nice.
Yep.
I got to put this back in the portfolio up there. This was framed up at my cousin's for a while. Let me get through the art. Loose on this art stuff that's here.
Do they make portfolios anymore? I haven't seen one in so long.
Here's the scrapbook cover that fell apart. I mean, this thing fell apart decades ago. Here's a small collection of newspapers from races him or his team won over the years. There's a headline to Nolan Ryan's 7th no-hitter randomly in there. Gordon winning, I do believe this is from the first Brickyard. There's the Indianapolis Star from Gordon's winning the first Brickyard. But I got to shuffle this stuff around because that's garbage. Inside of this is the rest of this scrapbook. It's all wrapped up nice and tidy.
You need to scrapbook your scrapbook.
This is AJ's newspaper scrapbook from his 1967 win.
Whoa.
No, 64 win. I'm sorry.
Oh,
wow.
Nice.
This is because he won in 61, 64, 67, and 77. He won the Indy 500. And you saw how close I am to his shop and thing. But let's see without moving too much. Because this thing is 60 years old now.
Yeah.
Trying to show the date on there. Where's the date on this thing? It's over here.
1964 was the last time a front-engine car won at Indianapolis.
Yeah, there's AJ and his thing in 64 there, and this is all the newspaper clippings from 64. I'm pretty sure there's a half a dozen scribbles of his in here that would pass for autographs and notes in the margin.
The Sheraton Thompson Special.
But this was like a gift. It was trying to remember. See, somewhere around here too, to the Indy Star, they did a Sunday fold out to the thing, and when he won in 77, my grandma was in the winner circle with him. Yeah, one of his red gingham Gilmore Foyt racing shirts. So I'm used to always seeing those. But yeah, I'd straight up give you stuff from his personal collection. And I got all the provenance in the world. Hell, I'd get AJ to write you a letter and go, yeah, this is that. When I gave it
but I didn't get to meet AJ when I was there in 2006. I did get to meet Mario.
AJ's impossible not to meet. The dude is a social butterfly. And he's way shorter than people think.
No, I managed
so
to
larger than life, and he's like, even in his old age, he's getting shorter. He's barely over 5 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
He's a diminutive dude.
Yeah. So I got here a connection between comics and auto racing. This is the book from the Michel Vaillant series, and it's the challenge of the ramparts, and it's because the most important comic book event in Europe is in the French city of Angoulême, And also in Angoulême, back in the late 40s and in early 50s, there was a race called the Challenge of the Ramparts. So Jean Gatton decided to do a special where it was a historic, a fake historic event that takes part. That historic event takes part in this story, and it was also a way to bring back some old characters from who appeared in 60s stories who hadn't appeared in quite a while. And there's a bunch of faces here from which are real racing drivers. This guy here is Jackie X. He won the Le Mans 24 Hours 5 times, and this is this guy in the beard is Henri Pescarolo. He won the 24 Hours of Le Mans 3 times.
AJ only won it once, but then he's won that. He's won NASCAR. He's won IndyCar.
The cars are pretty detailed, but they were not drawn by Gatton. They were drawn by his assistant, who was named Clovis. And Clovis never actually worked in comics except for the Gatton studio. And the only things he has signed to his name are some promotional comics. He's never actually worked because he's very good at drawing cars. So he used to paint the posters for the Spa 24 Hours in Belgium.
Yeah, I knew a guy in the 90s who worked in the ad world, and his specialty was drawing comp drawings of cars. If you needed, and comps were like preliminary drawings before the campaign got approved. So if you needed cars drawn in comp drawings, you called him. He wasn't the one who painted the finished cars or whatever, but he was the one who would draw all the preliminary stuff of cars. He did it all with markers.
See, here in the comic, before Steve Warson kind of started as Vaillan's frenemy. They were friendly, but they were still rivals, and it took a while until he joined the team. And in the early albums, Steve Warson, the American driver, drove this car, the Novi. Now, the Novi is an actual racing car that used to take part in the Indianapolis 500 because it used to be the only good supercharged car in the field.
Yeah.
Way back in the 40s. But that thing always broke down because it had like 600 horsepower when the Offies only did 400. So it would always have the pole position, and then it would break down.
Yeah. Well, Paulo, here's a birthday thing for you. I'm gonna make it my mission in the coming year. I think I'm gonna figure out a way to get directly in touch with AJ again. And then I'm going to get an address from you, and I'll just get him to send you a letter directly to you.
I love that.
Some random piece of something signed. He'll send you like an 8x10 signed in a letter that says, hey, we're a racing fan. You know, send you a personal letter. That's my birthday gift to you. I'm going to make that my
happy birthday.
I'm not doing that anyway, but
I'd love to have that. Thank you very much.
I mean, he is the greatest race car driver that ever lived. Just look at his record, but I am biased, so he's family.
No, he was pretty good. The only thing he didn't drive was Formula One because he refused. At the time, he had a chance to drive in Formula One, and he refused because he would not drive open cockpit cars that ran on gasoline because he was afraid of if there was a crash that he would get burned. Although at the in the years to come, there were a few drivers who died and almost died of fires, of crash-related fires. Roger Williamson died in 1973 because of in a fire. They couldn't get him out, and Niki Lauda almost died as well in 1976, and then. But he recovered. They did the movie on him.
It's crazy, man. That 90% of his body burned, and he came back and still kept winning.
Yeah.
Jesus, you couldn't force me into a car if I'd had to.
He came back, and he still managed to. And even though he was out of commission for 6 weeks, he still managed to fight for the 1976 Formula One title until the very last race.
It's insane. It's like tape my hands to the steering wheel. Shut the hell up. Oh my God. I was getting to know Danny Weldon the year before he died. I was getting to know him real well, and then he ended up dying out there in Phoenix.
Texas.
Or Texas, one of them. I knew it was a West Coast
No, wait.
race.
No, it was Las Vegas.
It was Vegas. Yeah, it was
Las
Vegas.
Vegas, yeah.
I knew it was something out west. It was Vegas. That just pissed me off because that kid had endless potential.
Mhm.
He was shooting
yeah.
ranks at Panther Racing, and AJ was going after him. The kid had an endless future, and then gone.
Yeah, because that year it didn't have he couldn't find a seat for the full season, but they won the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah.
And then
Well, Panther wasn't big enough back then to make a full ride, and AJ was salivating for him. So,
yeah, his son Sebastian Weldon just won the Skip Barber School Championship. So it's probably
you really follow racing if you follow Skip Barber.
Yeah, he'll probably be moving up to either USF Juniors or the Formula 4 Championship.
God, you probably follow the USAC kart stuff that happens right down the street from my house.
I try to keep up with the Silver Crown Championship. I'm afraid the Sprint Car Championship and the National Midget Championship are too much, but I know they're there.
It's all Tony Stewart. It's all Stewart Haas. And,
yeah,
Newman Haas. It's all Tony's thing. But I mean, Tony's basically a neighbor. I'm telling you, next time you come to Indianapolis, you will not have a hard time meeting these guys because I'll walk you right down the road and be like, all right, let's go in and see AJ's office, or let's go down here. Let's go over to Snake Pit. I'll get you in over here. Because again, global thing, small family of people, you know. Like you've heard the stories. AJ basically taught my mom how to drive. That's how close a family we are. But my Uncle Bud, my great Uncle Bud, was his head mechanic. So
I met Bobby Ray Hall here in Portugal because he came for a historic racing event. He bought his dad's old Chevron that he used to race with in the SCCA races. Once a Portuguese driver, he raced in Indy Lights between 1993 and 1995. Pedro Chaves. He won at Cleveland in 1995 by taking out Greg Moore in Canada. So worst place for it to happen. But he said he once said he was on the paddock. He was in the paddock, and he was British Formula 3000 champion in 1990. And that got him a driving Formula 1 in 91, and in a team that was the worst in the field. So he never qualified. But he knew Nigel because the team was partly owned by Nigel Mansell. And so Chaves goes to Indy Lights in '93 when Nigel is on his debut season in IndyCar, and once he picks up, he's there with him, and he picks up a phone and he says, "Hey, Nigel, someone's on the phone for you." And Nigel knew that Pedro was always making up stuff. So fuck you, Pedro. No, I'm serious. Okay, who is it? The guy says it's Paul Newman. But it was Paul Newman because Newman owned the Newman Haas racing team for which Nigel was driving with Mario Andretti.
You've seen me show them pictures from the movie Driving where my mom was an extra with Newman and Robert Wagner, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I've got photographs from that. So, but again, it's small world stuff, but yeah, Paul's huge, or was huge into racing. So
he actually got to be a works driver for Nissan in IMSA in Trans Am.
absolutely
One of the fastest cars. one of the fastest cars he drove, the 280ZX Turbo, prepared by Bob Sharp.
Yeah. But yeah, and any of those guys on the Borg Warner are gods around here. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a short interview from Elio Castroneves when I was there in 2006.
What a
Everybody else,
sweetheart that guy is.
yeah,
Just a peach. Until you piss him off, but I mean,
it happened.
Do we even have a driver's license, Wilson?
Yeah.
Not at all. I had attempted to learn, at the age where, at the right
16.
For me, it was 17 or 18. And I took some driving courses. I had this local area, was basically teaching you how to drive. I got in the car, I turned it on, I started it, was going. First day driving, he goes, turn here, okay, turn there, turn here. I'm now on the highway. Yeah. And he's like, what are you doing on the highway? You told me to turn. Why are you yelling at me on my first day behind the wheel? By the end of the fourth lesson, I was like, I never want to be behind the wheel of a car again. I was better day one than by day 4, whatever it was. My dad was so upset because he paid for these lessons. But I was like, I never want to be behind the wheel again. Because by the end, I just could not. This guy was just so bad of a teacher. You don't yell at somebody when you told them to get on, turn here, turn there. He wasn't paying attention where we were going, really. And it was like, and instead of saying, oh, you should pay attention to the street signs. It's like, yeah, I'm looking at them. I live in this area. I know where the signs are. I know which street we're going down. And it got me so frazzled by the end. It was like, I live in New York City. I don't need to have a license. And I never went back to it. I've been behind the wheel, and I've moved like my dad's van because, side of the street parking. I could do that. One of my ex-girlfriend's car, he was like, you don't know anything about cars. Oh, I know how to turn it on. I could do this. I moved it. She freaked out. But it's like, so I knew car stuff. And my older brother, Fred, he let me drive his Jeep in a parking lot just for, hugs and puppies, to practice and stuff like that. But again, just the agita that I got from this one teacher, I was like, never again. I don't need it. And I've been fine without it. There have been days, many a days where it's like, dang, if I had a car, this would make my life so much easier. But that was about it. So no.
It's only New York City where you find people who've never driven in their life.
dag. And again, Bronx, dag. That's, man. Oh my God.
Well, I better show some comics because we only have 4 people watching. What do we got here?
Comic books and race cars. I want to find the energy to go back upstairs and dig out my portfolios and go, hey, I got some fun portfolios.
I got here Grendel Cycle.
Ooh.
One of the first Grendel Grendel things that I bought, and I bought this because it had the full story of Grendel. Even though I now knew everything, I still wanted to read it, and I ended up buying the stuff after this. But this is good because it's full of art.
Oh, cool!
Nice.
That looks like the Devil by the Deed. The first Grendel story, Devil by the Deed, was all sort of text, and yeah, that looks like Devil by the Deed.
That is, yeah,
almost, yeah. And I think these parts are taken directly from there.
Yeah, of which there's a new master version of that just came out, I think, and has new pages in it. He did new art he added stuff to Devil by the Deed. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's the Christine Spar stuff.
Yeah, and with this
And
crowd, it'd be kind of silly to do trivia and be like, "Yeah, where'd Grendel first appear?" It's like, "Yeah, okay, these guys want to know that."
Weren't they originally in black and white?
Yes, the first
Yes.
ones from in Primer, Kamiko Primer, or Primer, pardon me, Kamiko Primer. It actually is.
I always called it primer.
I know
Yeah.
everybody does, but actually, a primer is a paint, and a book
Yeah.
that's an introduction or explanation to something is a primer.
Primer.
But everybody still
Ah,
calls them
okay.
primer. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
You know-
from the Midwest, so it's always going to be Comico Primer. It doesn't
yeah,
mean
it's like
Kamiko, it's Comico and not Primer.
Yeah.
It's Primer.
the only reason I know it's primer is because when I went to college, they handed out a primer and explained at the beginning that it was a primer, not a primer.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I know that.
Here's some
Or
pixel art.
from Contact when Jodie Foster is talking about finding the Primer.
She uses primer in First Contact?
Yeah,
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen anybody say it primer.
yeah. They talk about finding the Primer to the.
Ah,
They got those 4,000 pages and they couldn't find the Primer, and the Primer was the
okay.
pyramid that put them together.
Was that a Simon Bisley painting of Grendel?
Yeah, because it's from the covers. The covers were from War Child were by Simon Beasley.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I thought I recognized that. Yeah.
I just saw Matt Wagner on some social media send out there's a new Grendel action figure coming out from somewhere. I forget where. I'm not I don't have many action figures. I don't really collect them, but I clicked on it to see it and was shocked by the price.
Oh,
What,
Let me guess,
150
80?
bucks?
Now $67
Yep. And that's about the price I figured it would be.
for a regular old 6-8 inch action figure. I was like, holy cow.
Yeah. There's a new Red Sonja around that same price, and it's like that. Those are definitely not for kids, and those are more for the
Definitely not for
high
me.
end collector, which is
Yeah.
not me.
this is Batman Grendel 2 Brazilian edition.
Okay.
I have recently uncovered the Batman Grendel Ashcan edition that came with. It was either Wizard magazine or Hero magazine used to make them as well.
You're gonna make me go back upstairs and blow your mind. Batman Grendel here. You know when the Batman Grendel was printed, right?
Where?
With the first Batman Grendel crossover. You know
That
when
was
it saw print, like end of '92, beginning of '93.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you something gonna blow your mind here in a minute.
Kaboom.
Just your mind, Paulo. These other guys are gonna go, yeah, we know what that is. We've seen him. No, I mean you guys have seen your share of distributors' copies, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
The Xerox Advanced Distributor copies.
Oh yeah.
I have one of the original Xerox distributor copies
Okay.
for Batman Grendel. That's copyrighted 2 years before the book came out, because
Oh,
two and a
wow.
half years before the book came out, because they had such a hassle with it.
Wow. That is early.
Comico was close to shutting down several times before they actually did shut down.
Yeah.
Always in financial trouble.
Yeah, I know that the owner was kind of shady, I think, wasn't he? Because I'd heard people complain. I heard comic book creators.
It's either the
complain
owner or
about it.
the head guy, somebody. Yeah, I think it was the guy that ran it.
Right, because I remember reading creators kind of complain about him,
Mhm.
Yeah.
but it's been a while.
All right, I'm going back to my library. Fighting two types of cancer. Fuck it. We're talking comics. I'm having fun.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Oh, but
Where's
you
Phil?
seem to be doing well.
Yeah, I'm alive. So.
I pulled out a comic that Paolo has probably never seen. They were chosen to be survivors. Number
Canadian.
3 by
Canadian books. You're gonna make me dig out issues 1 and 2 when I go up there.
the Major
That
Comics
looks
Convention tonight.
vaguely
I have issues 1
familiar.
and 2, but they're magazine size, so they're not in with these ones.
Yeah.
What was this guy's name? Steve Warren, I think was the artist. And it was a black and white book.
Canada's
at first.
finest.
Oh, no.
There.
Color one. I think the first 2 were black and white, and then they were color. And it was like a sci-fi book, an 80s book before the black and white boom, even. About this group of people who were chosen. Oh, there's a couple more of the books from these company. Guardian and Silhouette.
I think I've had to have one of those books because that looks so familiar.
Spectrum Comics. And
Yeah, they had. They put out Orb and all that stuff.
they went from they were chosen to be survivors to they relaunched it as just survivors. Oh, let's see. Here's 2. Oh, I guess only the first issue was a magazine size. The second issue, but I remember liking this art at the time. It was kind of cool. Yeah, there are 4. Let's see some of the I think it was Steve Warren. These are still in their early 80s bags too. But there wasn't a ton of indie color books. Strike Force. I wonder how long Spectrum was around for. I think this may have been the only book I bought from them consistently. Oh, look at that. I remember when this happened. It used to be a thing that, there was the original black and white magazine one. There's an ad for it. There was...
GCD says that they lasted less than a year.
Wow. They got a lot of comics in you. Glenwood Distributors. There used to be like ads for the distributors where you could get the books in these indie books in the 80s. Let's see. And then they went from that to, they changed it to just Survivors, a new number 1. It looks like they got with issue number 2 a completely different logo for Survivors. Let's see who did the last issue.
Oh, but it's not the same publisher. It's Prelude Graphics. I read it.
Let's see. Is this one this one was Prelude Graphics. I guess they tried to pick it up. So this was the last issue of Survivors from Spectrum. Oh, and they switched to black and white. I'm guessing they couldn't afford color anymore. And they may have had something to do with Glenwood Distributors. But and let's see who's Prelude Graphics. I don't remember Prelude Graphics much at all.
Okay, so Prelude Graphics is a division of New Serious Production.
Oh, Best American Comics Incorporated presents the ultimate experience in comic book shops, The New Universes. So it's looked like we got Super Universe. These are comic book stores. That's what those are. Super Universe 5, Super Universe 7, Super Universe 8. They're all in Massachusetts and California. Okay. Let's see. This one was Steve Warren. Story. Art, Darren Goodhart. I think it's a different artist. But I haven't read these in a long time, but I remember liking them at the time, obviously, because I bought a bunch of them. But then I think I never. So, you can get original art by Steve Warren. Even look at that.
Wow, that's actually pretty neat.
Yeah. Send for your free illustrated catalog today. Choose from original art of any types: comic pages, comic covers, romantic fantasy, good girl art, illustration, character designs, movie storyboards, sketches, uninked pages, oil paintings, T-shirt designs, and more. And
There's a whole store running on that.
Yeah, a nice Prelude Graphics editorial. November 1986, part 2 of a 3-part miniseries. I don't think I ever got. Oh, look, it gives you a list of their distributors. Bud Plant, Capital City. I don't think, as far as I know, issue 3 never came out. We wish Spectrum Comics publishers Sherry and Henry Krytofulski the best in all their future endeavors. We hoped to have them pen a few personal words to you in this space, but family life and other careers beckoned. Wow. We at Prelude Graphics won't make even a penny off the sale of these early Spectrum Comics issues. We're simply offering to you service to you as loyal readers. Wow, this is really making me nostalgic. For early 80s indie comics. Have you guys ever heard of They Were Chosen to Be Survivor?
No.
It looks so familiar.
I don't know.
I may have gotten
Maybe.
an issue or two.
Let's see. They were chosen to be survivors.
There we
Ah,
go.
there you go. And that
There's
ship looks so familiar that I'm
Solson
almost sure I had an
Publications.
issue.
Sultry Teenage Super Foxes.
That sounds like it's black and white boom stuff.
Reagan's
right there.
Raiders.
Oh,
I
remember
had that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dr. Wonder. The Texas Chainsaw Samurai.
I had that.
Dragon Star.
No, I
Don't
didn't.
know that one.
That
The
one's new
Escape
to me.
Stars.
Escape to the Stars.
These
That
are all
sounds
these
familiar.
Canadians existing Earth.
Existing Earth.
The Fairy Codex.
That looks like a 90s one. Specialty
Speaking of
cover.
Guardian.
Yep, there's the. I think I have only the first issue of that also. I don't have any others.
Hero Project.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this goes all over the place. Mr. X. There's
Mr. X.
He has the
I've got
Mr. X.
Nightlife. Sojourn. There's A+, 6-Gun Hero reprint.
him. There's another one, Survivor.
Survivors.
Is that the same issue?
Survivors. The Survivors 1 and then Survivors
2.
2. Yeah, this is the Prelude Graphics one.
Right.
Heralds of Canada.
Heralds of Canada.
Terraformers. G.I. Rambot.
Oh, I may have had that. That logo looks so familiar.
Thunder.
Thunder Agents. That was the Thunder
Ninjas.
Agents logo.
Xenos Arrows.
No
and
Agent.
Privateers. That's
Wow.
my Canadian books run there.
Oh, Survivors was a Canadian book?
Yeah, these are all those are all Canadian publishers. This one's not Canadian, but
Ah, look at that.
Yeah.
did anybody jump with that one? This is just a filler piece. It's a photocopy that I put in the front of things. I just love flipping that. When I'm going through that, I just love flipping that in the air and watching people or just listening to people cringe. Which is where, since we were just talking about it, Batman Grendel.
Ah, there we go.
Oh yeah.
That's the preview book.
Yeah, I remember those because we would have those at
1990.
cons.
Almost 3 years before it came out.
Boy.
Dear distributor. Never seen another copy of this one. Seen some copies of the other ones. There's some good Wagner bats. Where to go? Nice big bats. you know, single-sided Xerox. It's the whole series. Now, I'm thinking one of you guys might have had your hands on this advanced Xerox copy.
Heavy hitters. Oh, yes. Saxon
Yeah.
Violence. I remember that.
And it's just office two-sided photocopy of the
It,
original art for
it was the interns who made all those.
Yeah, I made a few of those myself. But I got to at least mine's I got to design because we had them for the convention. So I was able to design covers and just put like preview copies. I think I still have the template I made for the ForceWorks books. All the Iron Man books that fell under the ForceWorks title, I would use a border, and then it would just say preview. I got to dig those up, but I got to at least design some of those. They were fun because at the conventions we would go through it and go, okay, how many was stolen from us from the tables?
Yeah.
It was a big deal because it was Xerox.
Here's something you don't hear too often. What's the most obscure Neil Adams book?
The one about the bicycle, Sprocket.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jimmy's
okay.
coloring book.
What the hell?
That one I never saw. Okay.
One of Continuity's first official books. Peanut Farmer's own comic book. Trying to get Jimmy Carter in office. When he kicked it off, Neil and Bob. And then some rather famous imagery in here. Jimmy trying to legalize weed in 75. I don't even remember the other main one in here, but yeah. It should be an easy thing to find. It is not an easy thing to find. Most people don't know what they have when they got it, though.
And we have Comic Crack in the house, so now there's 5 of us.
Hello, welcome.
Did
Good
you get to see
evening.
the-
Happy birthday there,
Here's a
Paula.
fun little pretty
Thank you.
thing for true comic lovers.
Nice.
Prettiest thing about
Ooh.
that is that right there.
Oh.
Signed by Picar. That's awesome.
It's from Harvey's personal collection. So, yeah, that was a nifty thing to have by me. Let's see. There's the Canadian ones. Yeah, you can pull away from me for a minute unless you want to see some really crazy old stuff.
Just gonna look for stuff. Terrence, did you get to see all the Canadian comics?
Did I get to see? No, I
1895.
didn't see anything. I was listening as we were driving and only for a little bit.
1895.
Amazing.
First appearance of Mutt and Jeff from 1910.
Nice.
Here's kind of a one-of-a-kind piece. Unfinished binding from the London Museum of Art. That is every 8-page issue of Funny Wonder from 1925 bound.
Damn.
Beauty.
Nice.
All the Chaplins and big Chaplin fan, so. But yeah, every issue from 1925. Not fully wrapped, bound. Got it indirectly from the London Museum of Art. I got some weird stuff up here. I sold off most of the original art I owned, but of course I kept Winnie Winkle. And then this is Frank Bollet. There's probably his most recognized work in comics. Oh, no. Something you don't see every day. Again, this is where the term cartoon came from, came popularized by Funch Comicalities. In 1841, they coined the term cartoon. And this issue is from 1858.
It's amazing.
And it's from the Fleet Street office. It actually came from the archives, and it's an uncut issue.
And it's not crumbling in your fingers,
Hasn't been
which is
cut.
really nice too.
God, I love that smell. Take the age down, but this is even though it's old and worn, it's basically a pristine mint copy. You can still feel the wear and tear, but it was never got distributed. It's uncut. Oldest uncut I've ever seen. So, working on writing a book about the history of that. Who knows what this is?
That's all right. I love you. I love you.
I don't recognize that.
Recognize
Hansi?
the name?
Yes.
Hansi, the girl who loved the swastika?
This is what that's based on.
Ah.
This is the 1933 original book, though.
I know
don't
that
keep the
from
comic with
Don the comic book junkie collecting multiple copies of Hansi. I think he's got like 22 copies. I don't
Yeah, I've got it.
just because it
And then
amuses
there's-
them somehow.
1905 books about me. Foxy Grandpa, baby. This is what comic books used to be, that big. And then I need to get the other three, but of course, like I said, I love me Charlie Chaplin.
Ah.
1917 Chaplin in the movies. Whitman's first coloring book. I have the first two Whitman comics from the Mr. and Mrs. and things from 1922, and I have Whitman's first coloring book.
Color fun.
Oh, let's see, that does that one. Get a lid on that. Thought my portfolios were in this right here, but they're not. Drumsticks. Anybody a fan of Collective Soul?
Nope.
Johnny Rab. He's in a band with a guy I used to work with. Just random things stuck together here. Hey, look, my Gulf War medal.
Uh-huh.
Random. Just, like I said, the Cheap Trick comic book, because, you know.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Nothing
Did have
fine.
copies of that myself.
Utter randomness in my library here. Almost said Wagner. Here's a random Mike
Mid Rocket, yeah.
Red.
I remember that.
Yep.
What's the significance of this magazine?
Yank. That's an old one.
1945. What comic book / comic strip started as a single panel cartoon in here?
Beetle Bailey? I don't know.
That's Zach.
That was a good guess.
Yeah, you were
You
close.
were one away. You were one away from it. Oh, of course, it's on the other side there. Let's see. We all know you're all comic guys. You know what this is. You know what that is.
Goofus McViddle Standard Oil.
Goofus
comic.
McVitie. See what's right under it?
Nope. What is it?
Standard
Oh,
Oil Comics.
I saw that. What is? I've never heard of Standard
Eastern
Oil.
Color.
comic.
This is the Bill Gaines experiment. This is what went on to become. This is what all went on to become Funny Pages 1 and the Eastern Color Press. This is what launched 33 and 34. This was their
Okay.
experiment to get out of Sunday Funnies and turn them into comics.
Seeing if they could print comics.
And Golf Funny Weekly.
Nice.
And see if they had any interest. And these things turned out to go gangbusters. So they put them over. And then they put a cover on them. Here's a file copy. Let's see if we can get the date on there. There we go.
July 14th, 1934.
So that's got Bill Gaines' fingerprints all over it.
Okay.
Because that was his idea. Random small newspaper bit. There, 1942, 3, 4, 1943 Superman.
There was like a Superman comic that appeared in like a 1940 magazine. I can't remember which one it was. Like Life magazine or something like that. I only saw
One of Segar's original Thimble Theater Popeyes.
You see stuff.
Man. You want to see something rarer than Action Comics #1?
Sure.
Before I get too far along with these things.
Action Comics #0.
Or at least it's known to be rare. And it's just silly, is what it is. But
Heck, they were chosen to be survivors is probably rarer than Action Comics #1.
Death of Superman, I hear that's pretty rare.
oh shit! From February of 1940.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Superman candy coupon.
Huh.
There's only 65 of these known,
Wow.
and there's more than 100 graded Action Comics ones. So, actually, there's 65 of these graded, so I guess this makes 66. So, where else am I going from here? What's in that's my Britishes. So of course my portfolios are in the last one I get to. I thought it would be the top one. And of course it's the bottom one. Since we're talking portfolios in here with them. I'm reorganizing and it's kind of hard to do all this crap. Oh, Gibbons. Silly. Uh-oh. You guys ever go to Sal Piro shows with that?
Nope. I've never seen Rocky Horror.
I'm a big old Rocky Horror guy. Here's some of my stuff from Rick Parker. It's actually up on the wall. I got to show you what Rick drew me for his Everyday Heroes thing. Bloom County fans, I saw people talking about Calvin and Hobbes. Anybody Bloom County fan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I always liked Bloom
Here's a
County.
piece Burke Breathitt did for me.
Nice. Penguin
Little
Lust.
opus. And there's a piece Rick Parker did. But speaking of Rick, before I get into these, I'll grab this off the wall.
Where do you know Rick from?
I'm a social butterfly.
Oh, okay.
He's an old Army guy. I'm old Marines. We both love comics, obviously. We just get around and shoot the cock and bull. There's an Ed Hannigan original that he did for me.
All right.
I love this piece because he was soliciting things to sponsor his daughter. She was raising money running the Boston Marathon. And I don't know, the year's not really showing up, but you can see the date on there is 2013, and we all know what happened in the 2013
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
So she was 45 minutes behind it, though. All right. Y'all ready to laugh at me pretty hard?
Sure.
Parker did this project where, he had a bunch of old military buddies or first responder buddies that were comic book nerds. And we were pissing around with this idea. I can't show you the digital stuff here, but he transcribed a few of my poems and a few of my crazy writings into crazy comic strips and stuff. And then he started pitching around an idea of drawing his friends as everyday heroes, but he didn't quite know what to do with the concept. And I'm like, make me Wonder Man. You want to give me a tribute, make me Wonder Man, because Wonder Man's my favorite hero. He took that idea and did the Everyday Heroes series, where he took his old military buddies and first responder buddies and asked them, who's your favorite superhero? And then drew them Leslie, but it was more or less them with the outfit. So, me and tighty whities and, not quite as flattering as what Romeo Tango did me as, but,
Hey, you should have asked for the safari jacket version. The real Wonder Man wears a safari jacket.
And then I'm not even going to pull these big ones up. Well, I showed this one earlier, but this is what Romeo Tango did. He did my wife as Wonder Woman. So I told that story a bit ago, but Romeo did this glorified version of me. We wrote some poetry together. So he took my old bald, scruffy face now, put it on my 25-year-old body. Kind of Rambo'd me out there. So, is it coming in? There we go.
It is.
That's how Romy kind of viewed me. So, again, I'm just a goofy social butterfly. So, as if that isn't painfully obvious by now. I try not to hoard in on conversations, and then look what the hell I do. I say, oh, I'll go upstairs.
You want to see my
Where
Rick
the
Parker
American
stuff?
comic book started. Puck and Judge went from these old weeklies. Of course, my favorite thing about this, and you production guys would love this, these things from, this one's an 1892 issue. Here's an envelope from the main offices.
Wow.
From 1886.
Wow.
Nice. Very cool.
Love that old production stuff.
New York.
Used to have original. I had the last page of oh god, I can't remember which one it was from now. Oh well, I used to have an original etched printing plate of a Tarzan story from 1942 comic, but there's for the French La Petite Comic Journal from 1869. You guys seem witty Kurt Vonnegut fans. Anybody a Kurt Vonnegut fan?
Yeah, I've read some Kurt
I've
Vonnegut.
read some of his
How about
books.
some high school stuff?
Wow.
Kurt Vonnegut.
Christmas
Wow.
Echo 1928.
Yeah, Vonnegut went to high with my grandma.
Matter of fact, there's a Slaughterhouse
So, actually,
5 graphic novel that's pretty good.
There's there we go. I finally got to the portfolio.
Cody Starbuck.
Who's that? Rather recognizable.
Yep.
Yep.
Howie Chaykin. And it's the outer sleeve. Paolo, you guys are open there in Europe. Is nudity okay if it's in drawings?
Yes.
Okay. There's the main plate signed by Howie there.
In fact, there was a Spanish edition of Black Kiss that I saw a couple of months ago, and I honestly considered buying it.
Ah.
Alex Nino. And again, I had to ask about the nudity because, of course, Alex comes with the Thunder. Nice big signature on this plate. I'm sorry, I'm so shaky. Nice big signature on that plate. Yeah. Again, more nudity. Val Merrick. And more nudity on that sign plate. You guys strike me as Steve Rude fans.
Yep.
So there's Rude's portfolios.
Uh-huh.
And the sign piece inside. I got to unfold 3 things here. Get some of that.
Nexus.
The Rude sig there. My favorite portfolio, which I need to put that Wrightson back in here. Cartoonist Society.
Uh-huh.
Here's just a small example. Not signed, but a Frazetta plate. And this one was in this one. Selby Kelly's Pogo. There, I mean, it's Walt Kelly's, but Selby took over. Then you asked about EC earlier. EC's most prolific painter, George Evans. And I don't know if the signature's actually going to show up so well that I'll see if somebody can spot this without. You guys should be able to pop off who the artist of this one is pretty quickly.
Is that a Barry Smith?
One of his studio mates,
Oh, Kaluta?
Kaluta.
No, Mike.
Here's another one where as soon as it comes up, you're going to know who it is.
What Me Worry? Jack Davis?
Jack's autograph
Jack
there.
Davis.
And yet another one that as soon as you see it, you're going to know exactly who did it.
More Adams.
Yep. Because I can't have enough Neil Adams autographs because, what the hell. And then, like I said, with the Wrightson portfolio, then there's an unsigned Williamson. And I gave away the signed Hogarth. Here's the unsigned Vern Hogarth. Gil Kane. Signed. Unsigned Kurtzman. And an unsigned Eisner. Nice little portfolio there.
Yeah. When did that one come out?
77.
77. Okay.
77, 78. It's one that we were talking about Sal Hughes earlier and the why am I brain farting the other main one here? But
Well, let's move on to Comic Crack because yesterday Terrence promised me some Charlie Monsoel.
I sure did.
told you
I
sorry.
even
It just goes on
saved
and
the
on.
stamps too.
Before I put it away.
So I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that you guys will know better than I will. I think this guy is what, Rickard or Pickard or something on the cover here.
think
and
that,
on the back as well.
Oh,
I think a few of these are. I think this one is 1975.
Oh, yeah.
It was just a really nice lot on eBay for really cheap, and considering it came from France, the shipping was unbelievably cheap, which seems to be the way. So Creepak on the cover there, and on the back as well. I think this is 1975 as well.
Let's hope that Gore is still
Yeah,
watching.
I'm sorry.
Let's hope Gore Vidal was here earlier, but I'm not sure if he's still watching.
Yeah, right. So those are the ones from 75, and then there's a couple that are later. I don't know the date on this one. 1984 on this one, so much different cover than the other ones there.
Yeah, when
I'll
they start
flip through
going
one
for
of
the
them in a
photo, when they start going
Yeah,
for the photo
exactly.
covers, they're trying to sell to mainstream audience.
Yeah, and then your
Alma.
cigarette ad on the back.
Oh,
That was
cigarette.
my dad's brand of cigarettes.
Oh yeah, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's this one from. It's like a double-sized one as well too. This one's got to be 80s as well, but it doesn't have it on the cover here. Yeah, so I mean, these look great. I haven't really sat and looked through them yet. I kind of had to flip through one of them. This one is kind of cool. They do a lot of, I guess, they have an article at the beginning about kind of collectors and toys and comic-related toys. And there's some Tintin stuff. There's Lucky Luke in there. So a nice page of everything there. And then there's some artists throughout as well too. And again, people that I don't know, they do a nice job. They give you a little introduction page with a very, very brief little bio, I guess, before you get into this month's section of the strip. So I'm really looking forward to digging through these. I saw this guy on YouTube, Ill Strips is his handle. And he was talking about, he got a stack of these and he was flipping through them. And as usual with YouTube, that gets me going down the rabbit hole and seeing what else is out there.
Have you tried
Serpieri,
using Google Translate on them?
I haven't tried yet. I'm absolutely gonna do that though. I've had mixed luck with that Google Lens or whatever it is, but I'll give it a try
I've
for
used it
sure.
a little bit. It works pretty amazingly.
That's good. Yeah, that's good to know.
Because it puts the English right in the word balloons.
Right. Yeah, Serpieri I know and love. He's got quite a style. So, yeah, and then some names I don't know. There's the names there. Fahrer, I think, is what the last name is. Fahrer. But nothing that I've come across before. Who else is in this one?
Yeah. Well, a lot of guys went through Charlie Manswell. Although when Nikita Mandrinka was in charge of editorial, he may have brought some people over from Pilot.
This stuff looks pretty sharp here. Annie Goetzinger, a name that I vaguely recognize, but couldn't tell you from where. So yeah, these are going to be a lot of fun. So you were saying yesterday, Paulo, Charlie Hebdo was kind of like they're kind of, I guess, was it the flagship title possibly, and then this one was just dedicated to comics. Is that what you were saying?
Well, they ran parallel to each other.
Okay.
Although Charlie Hebdo, I think it started as Arakiri before it became Charlie Hebdo, but they ran parallel. So Charlie Hebdo is where you were going to buy the really subversive stuff, and that was more art driven.
I see. Okay. So I'll have to check out some of those Charlie Hebdo as well then. Yeah, it all looks great.
Because Kelly Green was briefly serialized in Charlie Manswell.
This one was? Sorry, what did you say?
Kelly Green was briefly serialized there.
Yeah, hey. That's pretty much it. Oh, one more here from this one. From this issue. G. Levi or Levis. Yeah, I mean, I wish I had more for you on who all these people are, but there you go. It's one of the fun things that I love about this stuff, though, is just that discovery. Let's see if there's any Ricard. Yeah, there is. So this guy's style is classic.
You're really gonna have to look in French websites, otherwise.
You cut off there, Paulo.
You really need, if you're looking for info about all that, you really have to go for the French websites, because no one in English has bothered doing anything real good about them.
Yeah, right.
And not all of these guys have bios in BD Tech, so you're gonna have to dig a little deeper on some of them.
Right. Like, it's just beautiful, his style. I really love it. Like, there's some stuff of his that's been in English as well too. So beautiful black and white, and you get good chunks of stories in these as well. So, which is nice. Not just 2 or 3 pages. You're getting a good half dozen. Nice lettering there. Yeah, so there you go. That's kind of the look at stuff. This one's got some articles and some strips too. I think with some of these, they reprinted some Peanuts. I think they had some Al Cap or Andy Cap as well in some of the issues. And then this one has a little color section as well too. But again, nobody that I recognize. Yeah, too many. There's never enough, Damien. You should know me by now. Yeah, so a little bit of color stuff, which is kind of nice. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, so I got here the Kelly Green that was not published in the U.S.
Yes.
I think it came out when they reprinted it. I think they did a hardcover, and this one's available in there. But this one was the only one that did not come out as an album in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of stupid, because this one is set in the San Diego Comic-Con. Let's see if I can. Yeah. But
yeah, nice.
One thing is that I don't think that that Star and Drake were really familiar with what the industry was doing at the time, because they mention the story mentions comic strip art a lot, and doesn't focus very much on the sales of actual comics. So maybe because they were mostly comic strip guys, they didn't know what was going on with the comic book publishers.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what.
In the chat. No,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Earlier, Werewolf by Night asked if I knew what was the second best strip in the world after Calvin and Hobbes. Calvin and Hobbes is neither the first nor the second best strip in the world, but the first one is this. Mafalda was created by Argentinian cartoonist Kino.
You're gonna have to go a long way to convince me it's better than Calvin and Hobbes.
Oh yeah, because you have to read it. All the jokes are political, even when they're not.
So it's Doonesbury, but not.
It's
It's
like-
got to be better than Doonesbury, then. I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Because it's like
Does it have stoner football jokes in it?
no, it has a 6-year-old commenting on it.
I'm glad I
Doonesbury's
came
got
back
plenty of
downstairs
stoner
and didn't pull
football
out my
jokes.
Trudeau autographed Doonesbury book.
Yeah.
Hey, Paolo, I owe you an apology. When I started out earlier, I grabbed like $7 and said, "This is all I'm gonna stop." And I went up there and made an ass out of myself for 20 minutes. I'm sorry.
He told
No
us
problem.
to bring one comic.
I know. I get around that stuff, like the topic will come up, and he said portfolios, and I'm thinking portfolios, and then talk about the guys in the studio, and then the Superman, and then I'm just
Well,
scattershot.
I pulled out my Rick Parkers to show you.
I want to see your Rick Parkers.
And the story behind this is back before publishing was digital, what we used to do in the bullpen was the way comics are supposed to be made is the writer writes a script and or plot, gives it to the penciler, who then draws it, who then gives it to the inker, the letterer, who letters it over the pencils, and then it goes to the inker, who inks it before it goes to the colorist. But what would happen was, when books were late, they would take a photocopy of the pencils and send the photocopies to the letterer, full-size photocopies, 11 by 17. And then they'd send the pencils to the inker. So the inker would ink it at the same time the letterer was lettering it. And then they'd both send them back to the office. And what we in the bullpen would have to do was cut out the balloons and paste them down on the inked pages. So Rick Parker, and we called that, you would letter on vellum paper, called lettering on an overlay. So Rick Parker did a lot of his lettering that way. But being an artist, he would also draw in the margins or around the lettering. So you get a page of Rick Parker lettering, and there'd be, the lettering that you had to paste down, and there might be a cartoon on there too. Now, I wish I had saved all the cartoons. I wish I'd saved so much more. Of course, I'd be buried in paper, but I saved a bunch of them that I cut out. And these were just random cartoons that Rick would draw.
Yeah.
On the side of the paper. This was page 19, so he made a 19 out of meat and cheese. There's him giving instructions to the editor. He'd just draw page 2. He'd just draw page 9 there. And then let's see, there's enough. So Rick Parker pages would be full of these little drawings. And these are the ones I managed to save from the early 90s.
Awesome.
Well, like I said, he always had them. How could I not save that Frankenstein?
Well, yeah. And he's still doing that. He still does that. He still doodles that.
Yeah. His lettering pages used to be full of those. So
I wrote a blurb about how life was really twisting my nipples. It was about a paragraph long. And he's like, hey, can I use this? I said, okay. The next day he sends me pictures, and he's like, here you are in your underwear, leaning over the kitchen table, popping open a fortune cookie. And he says, this is what you're reading from your fortune cookie. And it's like, da-da-da-da-da, and life twists your nipples. And I was like, all right, bud, there you go.
Buddy,
He did me better than Hillary Barta did. Hillary Barta drew me as a penis, I guess would be the best way to put it. A alien monster with an extra tentacle chasing a damsel in distress.
I got to appear in an issue of Batman once too.
Oh,
let's see.
Is it framed up and hanging on your wall? Because that's what I think. If I ever appeared in a comic, that's where it'd be framed up, hanging on my wall.
Back before Mark Chiarello was the longtime art director at DC Comics, he did comics, and this is one he did, Batman Houdini, one of these Elseworld things, I think it was, and he asked me if I'd pose for some photographs for one of the villains. So there we go. That's me down there in the hat.
Yeah.
And there I am running towards Batman. And I think he
I'd have extra copies of that, just cut and pasted in a big ass poster frame on the wall.
there I am knocked out by Batman.
Nice.
There you
It's amazing.
That's a dream of mine to either have my words show up. I don't want to write a comic, but have something I said pop up in the comic, or have somebody draw my dumbass face in the background.
I'm gonna have to get more copies of this. This is the only one I have.
Yeah. I'd cut one up, have the cover, and then the panels that you're in, and, you know, have the centerpiece be Batman clubbing you or whatever.
I didn't even realize that Howard Chaykin was the writer.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Batman Houdini, The Devil's Workshop.
I
What
thought
better
about buying
comic to
that.
pop up in?
Gee, you haven't been around much.
Good evening, everybody. I'm
Good
Hello.
Good evening.
Hey, Terrence, long time. Haven't seen your videos. Hi, Jared.
Hello.
Wilson. I don't know if you're realizing who I am. I mind the comics.
Oh, okay.
Kyle, and Kyle, hello. I don't think we ever met.
Mm-mm.
Nice to meet you. But yeah, I just dropped by to say happy birthday to Paulo, and it's very nice to have all you guys gathered here celebrating his birthday. And I haven't had much time to read comics. Actually, I've been reading, but not as much as before. I've been very busy, and I've not been watching any YouTube videos apart from the Cavern of Chaos on Friday nights. That's become something of a tradition almost for me at home. But yeah, Paulo asked for people to bring some comics in, so I brought the last two French albums I bought.
Cool.
One was the latest from the Blake and Mortimer series. Blake and Mortimer is a series starting in the 1940s by Edgar P. Jacobs.
Look at those sharp suits.
He is long gone. Oh yeah, that's one of the my main interests on Blake and Mortimer. But the original author, Edgar P. Jacobs, has died decades ago. But recently, the series has been continued, and this time the artist is Flock. You can see his name there. It's written in a different way. And
Now,
Flock
what kind of name
is
would have an
very good.
apostrophe H at the end?
A Belgian one.
And Flock is very, very good. And he has always been very good at classic menswear. But this time, he has adapted kind of a minimalistic, lean flare style. So it's all very simple. He has a very nice color palette, but very limited. But it's all very well done, very elegantly. And when it comes to my interest in classic clothes, he does it very well. Although in a minimalistic way, everything is right. The drape is just right. So I kind of love it. And the story is all right. And unusually for the Blake and Mortimer series, it doesn't have huge dialogues. The pages are not covered in text. That's the main difference between this album and the previous ones. Even those not made by the original author. This time they made it much more simple, much more minimalistic, more modern, and I like it. Maybe most of the hard-boiled fans of Blake and Mortimer didn't like it as much as I did, but for me it was just okay. And then this is kind of curious because the other European series that I really enjoy, in part because of the way the author or the artist portrays classic menswear is Black Sat, and the artist is Guarnido, and I had the chance some years ago to personally tell him how much I enjoyed his work, and I told him that he was the best tailor in comics, and he was very pleased by that. He smiled and thanked me, and I think it's unusual for someone to tell him that, but you can see what I mean here. He has great knowledge and is very thoughtful about how each character is dressed, and he just does it magnificently, and that apart from the amazing art that he does, he's just a very complete artist. He's very
totally
attentive to all.
He draws actual clothes and not just generic artist clothes.
Oh yeah.
Anthropomorphic realism.
Like perfect clothes for each character, even in a crowd. You can distinctively see the personality of the character, not only by the animal he chooses to portray, but how he dresses it. He is very, very thoughtful in everything he does. And just recently, the same week the Blake and Mortimer album came out, this album also came out. This is the sixth tome of. Oh, I'm sorry, like this. This is the sixth tome of. Oh no.
It went the other way, yeah.
The sixth tome of Black Sat, part 1 and part 2. This is the first time the one volume of the series was divided in 2 parts, and it has been quite a lapse of time between volume 5 and volume 6, something like 7-8 years. But now the series is back, and it's just excellent. One of the best European series of the 20th.
Yeah,
first
it's so good.
It's available in the American continent, I believe, and it's really a top series. It takes place in the 1950s in the US, and the stories are the typical hard-boiled, a bit noir detective stories, but it's very well done. Guarnido has worked to the European Disney movie studios in the past, and I think he is one of the most talented comics artists around there. So that's my latest readings.
Black Sat. Now I noticed was Blake and Mortimer took place in New York. Is that usual for that one?
No. This one is
a very British, essentially British kind of series.
Yeah.
And this time it's post World War II, and they come to a meeting at the UN headquarters in New York. Yeah.
What I found compelling about this volume was that how much detail Flock managed to put in the art, considering how thick the brush line is in the inking.
Very little detail. It's almost impressionistic at times.
Yeah, but it looks detailed. Everything looks complete.
Yeah, it's very correct. Everything works fine. I think it's just a very modern approach to Blake and Mortimer. Instead of all that very accurate detail and very extended dialogues, everything is washed out. But it still works. It's still Blake and Mortimer. I just miss never in the old story there is a "by Jove" expression by Mortimer. That was quite traditional. Mortimer exclaiming "by Jove" while smoking his pipe. But that's okay. Apart from that, it's still a fine Blake and Mortimer story.
You know, I always thought that Blake and Mortimer was probably the best French comic that you could have a crossover with an American character, because I'd love to see Blake and Mortimer working with Nick Fury, and with Colonel Ulrich joining Hydra.
You know, there's an expression I've grown to dislike in a lot of the comics I read, most of the indie stuff, is when I'm reading some comic where, you know, it's some fantasy comic where it takes place where they're polytheists, obviously, but they sometimes say the same like they say all the time, "God's damned," instead of "God damned," they say "God's damned," and I'm always like, has anyone ever said that for real? I mean, even if you're like from a polytheistic culture, I don't think anyone says "God's damned."
No, in a polytheistic culture, they're supposed to go for one specific god.
You'd say "by Jove," you know.
Yeah.
You'd say something like that. You would never say "God's damned."
Yeah, there would be one god. There would be the god of damning.
Yeah,
the other gods don't damn, only that.
Now,
right.
But it might just be a writing tool to get people to talk about it. And look, you're talking about it. So.
I think it's just a shortcut to kind of let you know that they're a different culture. But I've seen it so often that I'm just like, oh my goodness, could you stop it with this already? Come up with some new curses. If they're a polytheistic culture, come with some polytheistic curses.
I'm kind of sorry I don't have any of the old Blake and Mortimer albums here. I took them to the office just to
Great
get some space at home. But if you think Chris Claremont is prolific, he's a prolific writer, or if he extends his texts very often, and Paulo usually says this, you have no idea how much Edgar P. Jacobs would write. His pages would be absolutely filled with text. Like 40% of the page would be text. Yeah.
No, and the weird thing is that he would be covering up his own artwork.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I was trying to
destroying other people's artwork.
I was trying to find on the shelf. I got one Blake and Mortimer in English, and that's the takeaway that I had from it, is that there's so much text and it's so dense and it's so tough. It's such a tough slog.
Yeah, so this is very minimalistic in comparing to that. Very minimalistic. But at the same time, everything is here, and even the way they are dressed, it's so elegant. This guy really knows about draping and stuff, you know. Those trousers, just perfect. Absolutely lovely, and I love it. The only thing I don't really like about it is that Blake and Mortimer was also the best comic regarding pipe smoking. That's another one of my interests. And even if they still smoke a pipe in this album, Flock is probably not a pipe smoker, or just people are not interested about it
Right.
anymore. So pipe smoking is very, how would I put it? It's
Passe.
it's not anymore a part of the comic. They are smoking a pipe here and there, but it's like it's always the same pipe with all the characters are smoking the same pipe. So not satisfying there. But
No, I don't
apart
think people.
from it, and
I
who
don't
cares?
think people.
I
Yeah,
mean-
but yeah, most people nowadays are not used to seeing somebody smoke a pipe. They've never.
Sure, but hey,
So
I
they don't know
know-
about the culture.
I know at least another 3 or 4 guys in the world who like comics and who smoke a pipe and will notice it. So
I was just talking to one of them.
3 or 4 people in the world not very pleased with this album when it comes to pipe smoking.
One of my
That's it.
fellow teachers, he was just telling me, who I just met this year. I think he's in his mid to late 20s, and he was saying he was a pipe smoker at times. He wasn't, not all the time, but sometimes he liked to smoke a pipe. I was like, oh, I didn't know people still did that.
No, they just vape.
But he also that's what it is. I think there's a lot of vaping going on these days.
Yeah.
I see him at the sides of the road on my bicycle rides. That's how I know people are vaping. When they're done with them, they throw them out their car window onto the side of the road.
Oh yeah, I think there's vaping devices designed as pipes.
Okay. Lots of pipe smoking in Will Eisner's spirit.
Yeah, Dolan or whatever, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another uncut one I've got upstairs. I've got an uncut 1944 Spirit section with a file copy of that. But to call back to your polytheistic curses, do you think DC would come after somebody if they went Great Caesar's asshole?
Now that's a curse.
Yeah.
And some more comics I brought to show Paolo are I went into my 1990s mini comic pile.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember this. Live Large, Fat by Scott Mills. This is back in my late 90s mini comics days.
Did you get that at Hanley's? Because they used to have a mini comic section.
I might have gotten this at one of the cons I was doing. Back when I was self-publishing my book, we went to the Small Press Expo a couple of years in a row in where trading books with people. There's this is probably the most
nice.
famous mini comic, Matt Fiesel's Cynical Man. I don't even remember where I got this from. But he did a crossover with Scott McCloud in Zot.
There you go.
So there's like Zot 10.5. That's a Cynical Man comic.
Now you got me singing "They Might Be Giants" in my head. Cynical Man,
And here
Cynical
is
Man.
fellow bullpenner Jacob Chabat's Mighty Skullboy Army that started out as a mini comic.
I
And
think I still have a few of those myself.
He had some of this stuff published by Dark Horse too. There's a very funny comic. There's Skullboy, and his army is a robot and a monkey.
Robot.
What are they called? It's number 1 and number 2. I forget what they're called. But that's some funny stuff. And then I found this. I have no idea what it is besides a zine.
The Inner Swine.
The Inner Swine. Oh, look, there's an ISSN number on it. I don't know what that. I don't know where I got this. I didn't know it was on my shelf. June 2002. This is even a later zine.
All right.
Cover art by Jeff Vita. That's where he must have given me this. And Jeff Vita was another Marvel bullpenner in the early 2000s. So he must have been involved with this zine somehow and gave it to me.
Well, and you got to let me fanboy. You can't say the book I did and not show the book you did. Come on.
I don't know if I have a copy of it out here. My friends and I published our own comic book in the late 90s. We self-published an anthology called Kansas Thunder. Do I have it over here? I don't know. I'm gonna have to go in the other room and get it. Hold on a second.
Put him to work.
So while
We
he's
wrote
doing
books.
that,
Might as well show books we wrote. I
Comic
write
books that I
poetry. I'm
want.
not showing a whole book of poetry.
so some more books
Everybody's
that I
asleep
got
all
to
around the
show
world.
are for a short while I had the idea of trying to get international comic books.
Oh,
Yeah.
he froze
guys-
up hard.
There was
Wilson, you're frozen.
okay, I don't know what I did to make this freeze.
Oh yeah, he's stuck.
I can hear you guys, but I don't see
Here we
anything.
go.
Everything's frozen on my end.
They're
We can
moving
hear
on
you as
my
well.
end, I think. Let's see. The year was 1997, and my friends and I decided this was our opportunity to self-publish, even though it was the worst time in the world to put out comics, because 1997, the comics industry was in very low. So we put out our own anthology. Red Menace Comics was our company.
Ah.
There was various stories in it.
Are we communist sympathizers, are we?
Yeah.
That damn college will do that to you.
The Red Menace.
So how does one acquire an autographed copy of that now?
Oh, I'd have to send it to you. That's about the only way. And then I continued my own story. I wanted to finish it in 2 issues.
Cool.
So did you write? Did you do the art? Did you do
Yeah, I
all?
wrote and did the art. This is my art here, and the Delia Charm was my story.
Yeah.
And I wrote for my friends too in this. I did most of the writing, and I wrote and drew my own one.
So who posed for Delia there?
Nobody. I didn't get anybody to pose for
You
it.
just kind of used
Why
a
Kansas?
Debbie Harry kind of idea.
Yeah, yeah. With her A-frame hair. I was called it that. It was just like A. And there's Tim Smith, who worked with us in the bullpen, did a back
Yeah,
cover.
Damien's got a good question there. Why Kansas?
Because Kansas, I just like the sound of it. Kansas Thunder is the name for something that's very loud.
So you're not about yacht rock or nothing like that.
No, it's about being loud. So there's the art on the inside. It's all black and white. That was my art. Let's see who else is in here.
Looks really good, Jared.
Thanks.
Mhm.
We did the best we could at the time. There's my friend Ed's art.
Nice.
So how many copies did you print?
Oh, a couple of thousand, which I have most of still.
Ah,
There's my friend John's art. Let's see. There's Pat's art. See in here? Oh, there's my friend Pat's art. But yeah, I still have tons and tons of copies of them. So
there needs to be a small sliver of those in my autographed comic boxes.
okay.
Got a Granite here. We haven't seen him in a while. No,
Yeah.
I took out some phantoms that I haven't seen myself in a while. These are the not necessarily legally distributed series, because these originally were published around the 1960s and 70s, and they were brought back in the 90s for this series. And there were the advertising next issue is going to be Mandrake, but yeah, this still has some Ray Moore stuff inside, I think. Yeah. No, it's already Cyberry, but it's early Cyberry.
You're gonna do it. You're gonna make me go back upstairs again because I've been promised to tell you this forever. You want to see a single-digit appearance of the Phantom, like pre-10th appearance of him? I think it's the 8th or 9th appearance. I have the 8th or 9th appearance of him from 1938.
Is that still Ray Moore? Because or I don't remember when Wilson McCoy took over. I prefer Ray Moore did some interesting art on the Phantom, but then Wilson McCoy stayed too long on the title until he died, and but if it wasn't for Cyberry, the strip would have died because McCoy's art was kind of boring.
So can I go back up to my library if I promise to show only one comic book? Only one.
Yes, only
one thing.
Early Phantom, okay?
I can show you one last thing that was in with my mini comics, and I'm not sure why, but it's a Juan Miro story, little catalog from the Museum of Modern Art, 1998, 1999. So it's just this little art book with Juan Miro paintings in it. Pretty wild. I'm like, oh, I didn't know I had this. Where did this come from?
The fun of rediscovery.
Yeah.
And why is it Joan Miro? I thought it was Juan.
Because it's from Catalonia.
Okay. Is it said? It said Juan, right?
It's
Or
depends.
Juan?
Depends who you ask. It may be pronounced the most correct way to pronounce his name is Juan.
Juan? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just never realized it was spelled Joan.
There's my artisticness on display.
Ooh. That's a long beard.
Old hippie friend of mine died about a decade ago now. But that's not a comic. I said I showed one comic. That wasn't a comic.
Sleepy says Miro is a pretty good indie comics artist.
Vicente Segrelles' uncle did not do comics, but he was an illustrator for New Yorker magazine back in the 1920s.
Oh.
And Vicente Segrelles only started doing comics when he was 39 years old, because he was mostly a cover artist. But when he created the science fantasy strip, The Mercenary, everything with oil painted art.
Ah.
But Vicente's uncle has a museum in his old house in Valencia. Yeah, after he died, they made a museum of his house.
Ace Comics.
Ace Comics, October 1938.
Wow.
The Phantom was so new, he didn't even get
Going.
Jungle
Blue Billing.
Jim outranked him.
get mentioned.
Wow.
Yeah, outranked by Jungle Jim, the humiliation.
Oh, this is why I came up here, really.
Just, you know,
Just smell 1938.
Who needs to smoke a pipe when you can sniff a comic?
Yeah. The Phantom by Lee Falk and Ray Moore.
Yeah.
So popular, he's not even on the first panel. There he is. This is like the 8th appearance of the Phantom. He first appeared in Ace Comics 11. So I guess this is his 9th appearance.
Which is why is flying and wearing a mask at the same time instead of just dressing up as Mr. Walker.
Seeing Stars, a little 1938 Mickey Mouse. Ginger Rogers. Yep, and that's all. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pages of the Phantom. So basically, if you took all his early appearances and put them together, that'd still be part of the first issue.
Yeah. But that would be from his Sunday strip, right?
No, his actual original comic stuff.
Sleepy says he didn't know Ripley's comic goes back that far. I think it goes back even further than that. Didn't that start in the 20s? Ripley's Believe It or Not? I can't remember. Started in the
I
late
thought
20s.
Ripley's actually predated that century.
Really?
I thought Ripley's went back into the 1800s.
I'm not sure. It's old, though.
Yeah. So what'd you think of that? I only showed one comic book. I was well behaved. I didn't pull out my 1940s Tijuana Bibles.
He's got
it there, right there.
No, otherwise, Damien will complain there are too many boobs again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Too
right.
many boobs. Poop that pappy having the sex. Yeah. But there you go. And not a comic book, but I always love showing these. If you ever collected Hero Clicks, there's the rough box art for Hero,
okay.
Batman, and Hippolyta.
Somewhere tucked away in a closet, I have my original Hero Clicks from
Your what?
20 years ago.
You have what?
My original Hero Clicks.
Yeah, this is the rough draft for the box art by Dave Dorman.
Ah.
These are a couple of Dorman pieces that were
Right.
just sitting here. So
I to this day do not understand why artists draw on that typing paper.
What was there at the time? So
Yeah, I'm
I
always
don't
like,
know.
because I've talked to Walter Simonson about it too. I'm like, and he's like, yeah, it's around. Well, nowadays, of course, it's called printer paper, but it's the same
Yeah.
stuff. I'm like, why don't you just have? You're a professional artist. Why don't you have some drawing paper?
Can't even get to it, but
Art
there's
is gone.
Darth Vader that Dorman did for me on a comic book board,
Yeah.
a backing board.
But so many of them do. They draw on typing paper, now printer paper, and I'm just like, why? It's not like drawing paper is so expensive.
Save the drawing paper for the real art.
I
Use
think
that
that's
just
part
for
of
the
it.
doodles and the scratches and the throwaway stuff.
I use drawing paper for everything. I just like it better.
Since I spoke of it earlier, there's how Hillary drew me
Ah.
with the extra tentacle.
There it is.
The resemblance is
Oh, wow.
uncanny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's Hillary loves me, but Jesus. There's a Christmas thing he did. I don't know if there's any football fans, but my neighbors, my old neighbors, Peyton
Nope.
Manning, Marvin Harrison.
There you go. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get drafted next year.
Yeah, probably top 3, top 4.
Yeah.
And if he plays as good in the pros as he did in college, he'll join his dad in the Hall of Fame. That'd be a neat little thing.
Well, I've
But
got to run along
I showed
now.
other stuff, but it was only one comic I stuck.
Well, I've got to run along now, so I'll say good night to you, gentlemen.
Later, Jared.
Okay.
Well, it was a pleasure
Have a good
meeting
one.
you, sir.
You too. And happy birthday, Paolo. And it was
Happy
good to
birthday.
It's not the
Hello.
following day.
person in video, Gus. So we'll catch you later.
Later.
See you, Jared.
Later, Jared.
Okay. Oh, well, I've been at this for 3 hours. Do you guys still want to do something?
I'm good. I showed my one comic. That's all I got.
You happy birthday.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna.
I did
I'm
it. I
gonna
went in my library and I only showed one comic.
You only showed one comic. Because if you watch the Geekly Weekly on the Gray Man's channel, the Geekly Weekly is the old farts show. So, and they keep going on and on and on.
Well,
But
I wanted to tell it when the
it's
guys
fun.
were on, but I got JMD Mateus coming on in the end of
Okay.
January, in the middle of January. I got D. Mateus coming on with us for the third time. And then for the end of the month, I got Brian Zapsik. Mike Zapsik, who runs Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash in New Jersey, he's coming on and doing trivia with us at the end of the month. So
Wasn't Bill going to interview Howard Chaykin?
we're gonna get Chaykin, Sienkiewicz. I can't even remember all the other, some of the older guys and stuff, but he's talked to Howie about being on. We'll get him on there sooner or later. So waiting for the year to start again. So
I have a French edition of Sienkiewicz's Moby Dick.
he'd be fun to have on. I think Sienkiewicz. Howie will be opinionated. Sienkiewicz will be just doodling the whole time. I can just see it now. So we could have fun with that. But we've just been kind of dragging our feet with him. Big one I'm still working on is Gaiman. So I'm going to get Gaiman on there.
Nice.
Well, I'm going to bow out too. I can barely stand up. I went upstairs 3 times. I don't normally do that in a day. So I'm all tuckered out. Old age got me. Paulo, I appreciate you more than words, and I'm not kidding. If I could easily ship that whole scrapbook and that autograph, I'd do it tomorrow. But my goal for your birthday is by your next birthday, I'm just gonna get AJ to mail you a letter.
We'll try to figure something. We'll try to figure that out.
So that would make me happy to make you happy like that. So, well, I tried to go in his office that one day while they were qualifying. I wanted to go into his office and say hi to him just for you, because the other guys were like, "Shit, I don't know nothing about cars." Thanks for putting up with me and for me showing all kind of crap. Appreciate you greatly.
You froze.
It's that spot in the window.
Hi, everyone. Kyle is amazing.
Hey.
Happy birthday, Mr. Paulo.
Thank you. You showed up at 2 only at 2 in the morning. Even though you could have shown up earlier.
I was here from the beginning, but I was finishing my work, grading my students. We are in the time of that. I had to do it before midnight, and then I was seeing what we were doing before. And Mr. Kyle is something.
It's true.
Yeah, well, you can. It's usually on the Gray Man's channel. Him and Bill Field. Yeah, looks like he fell off. Well, I hope he can come back at least to say bye properly. But yeah, Kyle's amazing. He had some health. He had a health scare a few months ago, and but he seems to be doing okay now, and I'm glad he's fine, because that guy can talk for hours and hours and hours, and I can, and it's great to listen to.
You can see the love he has for this kind of this form of art, right? It's something that he lives and breathes. He really respects comics.
Well, it's good he put him through the paces, then climbing up those stairs, get him some exercise.
Yeah.
Okay. Wilson seems to be here, but is he? Uh,
He's turned into a spinning wheel.
yes. Yeah.
Doing his dinner again.
Well,
I just said the 2 hour now.
yeah. No,
Yeah,
this guy.
yesterday I got to sleep before the Cavern of Chaos show.
Mhm.
Then I woke up at 4 in the morning and I started working at that time. It was just like, come on. I don't believe I missed the show again.
We had Chris Geruso on.
Yeah, I saw it afterwards, but when I miss the show, it's like Mr. Gustavo was saying, it's like a tradition now. Every Friday night, I have a place to be.
Yeah, I usually have it on in the background as well too. I'm not always sitting in front of the screen watching, but it's usually playing so I can kind of listen in. It's great, yeah. And it was great to hear Chris actually speaking more than a couple of sentences grumpily at Jared. It was pretty hilarious.
Well, my only problem is that when they start comparing notes on art supplies.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. I have nothing to contribute.
But that's cool too, because my daughter, she loves arts. She's only 9 years old, but I'm beginning to see that it might be her future to be in arts. And sometimes the hints Jared gave us about some art supplies, they are very interesting. And someday I might have to buy some to my daughters.
Well,
yeah, get her started early, yeah.
Yeah, and get her uncle to give her free lessons.
Oh, he has to come back to comics.
Oh yeah, what's he doing now?
Graphic design.
Okay.
For publicity.
Well, for advertising, yeah. Well, at least it pays the bills.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Can't make money on comics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you sure can't. So is this your brother then, who used to be a cartoonist? Is that what you're saying?
He's younger than me.
Okay.
When we met Paulo in 1999, he was part of a group called Comics PT, and I believe they did the first web comics in Portugal. You had one, Paulo, right? You had Dark Master.
Yeah, I was supposed to have a comic. So the one with the team, they did the first issue.
Yeah.
I was supposed to write a comic about myself. I got to page 8, and then I totally.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember you had the cover. I don't know if it was made by you.
No,
that was Dark Master, Dark Man.
Dark Master, yeah.
Yeah, the guy with a cloak.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how did we find the website. Maybe I never knew how to work in Mirk, in the chat Mirk.
Yeah.
But somebody told me if you want to look for something in the internet about comics, go to this website. And the first person, it was Nelson Castro.
Yeah.
His nickname was the Watchman.
Yeah.
And the first time I got in contact with the group was he called to my mother's house. He asked my mother, "Oh, is this the house of 2 good artists?" And my mother, "What artists? My boys? But I don't know you. You are an adult. We are maybe 16, 15 years old." And we talked with Nelson for almost 2 hours in the phone. In that time, there was no pay plans for making it cheaper. And he talked about the project. And me and my brother, the guy that you knew too, Rui Inácio, we already started doing some comics for us. And Nelson convinced us, "Oh, come and show the comics in our website." And that was it. 3 months later, we were, I don't know if we first met in Amadora Comics Festival or in the
Maybe sometime before. I'm gonna have the Cantonese Comics kid here. Hi, Jeff.
How you doing? Happy
What's
birthday.
going on? Thank you. Yeah, we've been going on for 3 hours, but I have no idea when we're gonna stop. Actually, I need to recharge my headphones.
So when you had these put on the website, you were saying that's around the time that you first met Paulo, or at a convention?
Yeah. Well, I believe that the other guy, Nelson Castro, he told me sometimes we go. The other guy is from Porto, and he told us sometimes we go to Lisbon to buy comics from a guy that sells comics from the trunk of his car.
Yeah.
That is, it is the owner of one of our comic book shops in Portugal nowadays, and I believe it was there where I met Paulo. At the
Amazing.
time, you were buying probably Black Panther and Captain America.
Mm.
And
Yes.
me and my friend and I, we had like just not much money, and we were just like that, looking at what you were buying. It's just, oh damn, this is so expensive, but the comics are so cool. And later on, we find each other in the Amadora Comics Festival, and we were kids. We went to the festival by bus, and in the end, you already had your driver's license, and you asked us, so you are from near my hometown? Yeah, do you want a lift? And you say, okay. We just met you, but a free ride's a free ride.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And then he just told us, but we have to go right now. That's one of our private jokes. Whenever I see you, I ask you, so today you have some special dinner with someone? Because in that time you told us, I have to meet with an aunt that is going to do a special dish here in Portugal, moelas, something like that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you took us home, and
Yeah.
from then on,
Mm-hmm.
then we started doing comics for that website. My brother and the other guy, I tried to draw. I never was a good drawer, but they did. And the other guy, unfortunately, he had to start working after he finished the high school. And me and my brother, we go on to the faculty. And for some time, we believe we can do something in comics. Did some fanzines, some projects, but then there is an expression not a little bit recent that says how comics destroyed my life, something like that. Comics made me and my brother fight too many times, but not reading the comics, trying to making comics, because he's a free soul. He is very artistic, and I am a little bit of a dictator. And around 2006, we met a guy that had a comic shop in Setúbal, and he turned to us and he told us, I want to publish comics. You want to be the first ones. So he asked me to be the editor, and I believe I was kind of a Stan Lee editor kind of type, especially to my brother.
Yeah, right.
You took the credit.
We never worked. Sorry.
That guy
You
went
took
the
the
shop.
credit.
He was a schmuck.
Oh, just for you to imagine the guy, he's probably seeing the show too now. It doesn't matter. He likes the description I does of him. He's just like taxi driver guy. His father owned a taxi. He drove a taxi during the night, and he had the comic shop during the day.
To show you how smart he was, he refused to carry trade paperbacks. He refused to carry manga.
Oh boy!
Even though there was a school nearby, kids who were 14, and they would, do you have manga? No. Will you buy some for us? No.
At the beginning,
No.
then later on, when he started the project of publishing comics, trying to publish comics, one of my jobs there was to be a clerk for some time during my holidays, and I saw what you saw, Paulo. We had a school beside the shop, and the kids went there, and I told them, why not try manga? And he saw that by himself too. And when we changed location of the shop to the other shop near the Avenida Luisa Todi, sorry, it is a very famous street in Setúbal where Paulo lives. The worst part of being there was that we were too far away from that school. The kids come to the shop after learning that the comic shop had manga, and when we get to the other shop, the kids were a little bit afraid to go to that part of the city. We had how do I call that? In Portugal, we say a taverna. In English, it is like a pub, but a very lousy pub. A very lousy pub in front of the comic shop.
Yeah, hole in the wall.
Yeah,
Right.
just like that. And the kids who went there, some of them went there with their parents, and when the parents got there, you will never come back to here. Oh, but they have manga. Yes, they have manga, but they have junkies at the front of the door too.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but it was during the time I was there. We tried to do some good things, and Ricardo, it was the owner. He had good ideas. He just don't had enough time to be at the comic shop. It was a dream of his. He tried to maintain it for some time, and later on, when he got an associate. It was when they changed the location of the comic shop. The associate said, no, this is too expensive. I can't continue helping you with this. And he tried. It was now we have Uber. I don't know if you still know this part, Paulo, but he tried to do a Uber for comics.
Okay.
From his house. He was a taxi driver, right? When he closed the shop, he said to me, no, there is no worries. I have my taxi, my cab. Diogo, you are going to help me doing the not the reviews, the contacts with the publishers, and I will keep all these clients that I have now, but I will take the comics straight to their houses. It was not a bad idea at the beginning because it was in his area, and the clients, they were very good clients. The problem was that he had still to work as a taxi driver, and there was not enough time to do the both things at the same time. And sometimes people were waiting 3-4 hours for him to deliver the books. And yeah, it was my experience behind the counter in the comic library.
Yeah, man. You think you had to be adventurous to open a comic shop in North America? Imagine in Portugal. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you were comics. That's
something we can think about. Yeah.
Yeah, it was in 2007.
With drones.
It was not. It was just ahead of his time.
Yeah.
I remember I read some pages from that Comics PT, from that very early Comics PT you were mentioning about. I remember you guys walking down a street or something, like a group. I think that was the first page, right?
That ones were drawn by Hugo Jesus from Central Comics, right, Paulo?
Yeah.
And I don't know if some part of that was a script of yours or not, Paulo.
No, I think it was Nelson who was scripting.
Okay. The other guy I mentioned before, Rui Inácio, he draw a page of the Comics PT that was the introduction of the Kingpin. He still has that page. I will ask him if he can lend it to me, and one day I will send it to Mario.
The time I came in contact with the Portuguese comics community was later on by 2003, 2004 maybe, and it was through the Central Comics site.
Yeah,
I don't think I remember you from there, Diogo. Were you there?
Yes, I did some coverage of some events of manga for Central Comics. Me and my brother, we participated in the forum too.
Okay,
Sometimes
what was your handle there?
Stuntman.
Stuntman,
Sometimes it
okay.
was Stuntman.
Okay.
Yeah, and in the other website, my brother, he draw a series, 30 pages of that series that they are called the Street Knights. It was like Gen 13, but the main character, it was a boy that was transformed into a Tucano. Tucano?
Okay.
Tucano.
We had a long story to tell, but then we grow up.
Right.
But that was the beginning. That was the beginning. And Paulo, he helped me in 2005. We had a small festival in not my hometown. It is the place where I live for some time. But Paulo helped me in the last day of that festival. I found out some time ago the pictures. Here it is, Mr. Paulo. Yeah, it was cool experiences during that time.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, especially any sort of like niche, especially artistic endeavor, like you really, those relationships you build in there are very different when there's like, it's a very small group of people, so you come together pretty quick, right? So
we're talking late 90s, early 2000s, and everybody's getting on the internet, and we're all discovering that we were not alone, because that's how we usually grew up. I never knew more than 2 people at the same time who read comics.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, there's this group of various ages. There were guys who were 40, 50. They were online and they were talking, and they read other stuff, and they could read in other languages. And all of a sudden, we all started talking and started hanging out. And there are more stores. There are more publishers.
Yeah.
My brother, he had a group of friends in high school. They were not the kids with no friends. They are kids that get well enough with the other guys, but they like to draw. They were from art studies, and they started their own studio at the time. I was the older one, and so they told me, "Oh, you are the older one. Why don't you you can be our public relations, speak with the publishers." And we start going to the festivals. And for instance, Daniel Henriques, the inker, he started with my brother. He was my brother's colleague at the high school. And at the beginning, he inked some of the works of my brother. And in the first maybe 3-4 years of our adventure, they both had they both had some works they did together, and for some time they even tried to publish some of their work. But then my brother starts studying the graphic design. Daniel started working, and later on Daniel just flew away. It was the best he did. Yeah, and now he's working He's working
Frank
with Frank Miller.
Yeah.
He's a very
Wild.
cool guy, a very cool guy, and with very modest origins. When I met him, he was maybe 16, 17. He was working already. He was finishing his studies and working already. He helped his mother, and sometimes he went to my house, to my mother's house, and he was there working with us, inking my brother's drawings. And what he's going to do now, writing that comic for McFarlane Comics, we always knew, because he had ideas. He just said, "Now I don't have the time, but one day I will do it." And I'm very proud of him, and also of my brother, because in my brother, okay, he doesn't, and he doesn't he keeps in the business, right? But they did very good things at the time, and each one at his own way, they paved their way, and what they're doing now, it is what they fought to during those days. And I remember the first time they went with me to Amadora Comics Festival. It was when Seth Fisher was at Amadora, and Seth Fisher was like an open mind. He opened their minds. He had a workshop with them during the festival about geometry and graphic design, and all began there with that workshop with Seth Fisher. And it was very sad when, by the end of that year, Seth had the accident, and because sometimes we send their work to Seth, and Seth sends some lines saying, "Do this, do that," and it was a pity that happened. But in a way, it was one of the people that inspired them, and when they are now where they are, because they listen to those people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That year we had Seth Fisher, and we had
Brubaker.
Brubaker.
No, Brubaker was later on.
2 years later.
Yeah, Cameron Stewart, and Seth Fisher, right?
And the guy from Batman White Knight.
Sean Murphy. That one was in 2010, maybe.
I think it was in the same year as Seth Fisher, because Mario published his off-road graphic novel.
No, but that was later on. I was in Azores. When Sean Gordon Murphy came to Amadora, I was in Azores. So I haven't been there in that year. My brother and Danielle, they went there in that year. But during the Seth Fisher year, I believe it was just Seth Fisher and Cameron Stewart. Then in the next year, it was the time when we launched Sketchbook fanzine, and it was a blast, because they were the kids that work in the fanzine were sitting next to Liam Sharp, Ed Brubaker, who else? Sean Phillips.
Yep.
And they were just like, "Oh, this is so cool. We are feeling professional."
Right.
I still have some photos from that year, from the lineup of guests of the comics festival, and I don't know who was that. His name was ahead of one of those big names, and he said, "Oh, look, I'm more important than Sean Phillips."
Hilarious.
Yeah,
that's pretty great. Cool. Yeah, Seth Fisher. Seth was an amazing artist, man. Really, really great. So so then you met them all online in these message groups? Is that how you kind of met everybody?
Yeah. I grew up. I almost was born already in touch with comics. I learned how to read comics, how to read with comics, but I never had a real comic friend until I was like 11, 12 years old. And this was in the summertime at the beach. and I met this guy who was just about my age, but he was really, really knowledgeable about comics. I don't know where he got his knowledge about. He probably subscribed to some comics magazine. What I really remember about him, this is probably 1987, 88. And he was really excited about Watchmen being published in Brazil and brought to Portugal. And he was all hyped with Watchmen. And I started reading it because of him. And I was not that much into it. I was like 11 years old or something. And he was the same age as I was, but he was another level at comics that I still wasn't. And then I passed through a long period where I had no people around me who enjoyed comics. And I kept collecting for the most part. I had a few breaks between maybe 14 and 18. I was all about basketball, nothing about anything else. The golden years of basketball, you know, they got into me also. But then when I got to college, I got again interested in comics, and especially in French comics, which I was not before. The Meta Barons was something that I saw once in a bookshop, and really pleased me. And so that got me again interested in comics, and then a few Image comics and the occasional Marvel comic also. And then in the early 2000s, I was already very much into comics again and buying everything I could. And I found out that forum, which agglutinated everyone in the comics from Portugal.
Yeah.
It was called Central Comics Forum, and it had lots of people there, and that's where I made most of the connections of
I had a
comics and most of the friends. Yeah,
I had an opinion column at 21, and I thought I knew everything.
I remember that.
I pissed off the guy who organized the Porto Festival. And I kind of yeah, but I kind of forced the guys who were publishing Marvel in Portugal to be more aware of the market and getting in touch with us, because they were a bit aloof. They didn't know, they were still not used to this internet thing, and the customers being right in touch with them. And me being so vocal in my criticism, that kind of made them go on the defensive, and they had to come to the forum and talk to us. So, so that was different.
I remember the first times José de Freitas, one of the publishers of the Portuguese publisher of comics in Portugal in the early 2000s, the first times he came to the forum, and I remember some conversations with you in the forum that were pretty rough.
Yeah.
And, but when
we met in Amador, and they were like, "Oh, we had this amazing discussion," and they were like, "Yeah, the guy likes Captain America too."
but when you were writing, it was like, "You damn fool! You don't know anything. You are not behind the business. You don't know anything."
That's hilarious.
I never thought that nowadays José de Freitas would be still publishing comics.
Yeah.
Because when he finished his collaboration with De Vir, I remember in other website, in the Leituras BD, from Nunamad, yes.
Yep.
Some conversation over there with some guy, and he was saying, "Oh, come on, I'm enough of this shit." And I never thought he would come back. And one day, I found him in Lisbon.
Yeah.
And I knew him because he helped us to do that small festival in Pinhal Novo, because the Vir publisher, their storage rooms are very close to Pinhal Novo. And he found me and was saying, "What are you doing here? at the time I was finishing my course. I'm a teacher now, and I was teaching in a school nearby his home, and I said, "Oh, I am teaching here. I'm a trainee teacher, but in my kid's school." Your kid goes this school? Yes. Yeah, and it was like just, oh, really? And I said, so what are you doing now? Now I'm taking some Tai Chi lessons, something like that.
No, acupuncture.
Acupuncture, acupuncture. Yes.
He's an accredited karate instructor, but he was
exactly.
He opened an acupuncture practice.
Yeah, I believe that after working for 7-8 years in comics, he had to get to that kind of cool activity.
Yeah, right.
To remove all the tension he had of working with us for 80 years.
Right. First learn how to kill someone with his bare hands, and then look at something that calm down. Yeah, right, right.
Jeff, sorry, we're all going through personal experience here.
No, you're good. You're good. That's what I came on to, just to hear all that stuff, man. So.
Because we never talk about slabs, we never talk about condition.
Right.
We talk about emotions when it comes to comics.
Yeah.
We just don't speak with hands like Italian.
Yeah, I've been looking at the Portugal. What was it? I've been looking at some different editions of the Vampy magazines. So like Portugal editions. I actually picked up a couple of French editions so far. So
the Portuguese edition, it was a completely unexpected sales success.
Right.
Yes.
They sold over 2,000 copies of that. They were hoping to sell 500.
I think it was the first hardcover comic book.
Yeah.
Comic book. No, I'm not comparing with Franco Belga, but it was the first American comic book published in hardcover edition in Portugal.
Yeah.
At least during that time.
So it was expensive, because
it was with the Frazetta cover on top of that too. So. Yeah, the Portugal edition. I don't think was a Frazetta cover. I think it was.
I believe it was the David Finch cover.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe the David Finch cover or back cover. I remember that it had David Finch.
Yeah.
Or the cover or the back cover.
Right.
No,
yeah, but
the cover it might be from the original artist, maybe.
Yeah.
Because they had Vampirella, right, Paulo? By Warren Ellis.
Yeah.
We had that one by Warren Ellis and Amanda Conner. It was because of that Amanda Conner and Jimmy Palmiotti come to Portugal in 2003. And they had the manga version. We can call it manga or manga inspires. And in that time, it was the beginning of the boom of manga in Portugal too. So it was why it was so popular. Because we had no manga, we had Akira, some bad Dragon Ball editions.
Yeah. Those are terrible. Right. Dragon Ball and Rama 1/2. Those were published at the same time.
Those were published in comic book formats. But that I read some time ago an article made by the guy that is now publishing manga in the Sendai publisher, and I never knew that the project was made with so detail at the time, but probably the sales were not as good as they expected, and they disappeared 1-2 years after starting. I believe it was Striker, Ranma, and I don't know if they got Sailor Moon, at least the first issue.
I don't remember Sailor Moon coming out.
I think it was announced. It was announced at the time, but it was in magazine format. The chapters of the manga, they were serialized in a magazine, and I remember seeing an ad saying if we want to make a subscription. Here is our contact to make the subscription for the next issues. I believe Striker, it was published completely at the time. Ranma, it had maybe 20 issues. 20 issues, it is one volume of Ranma, maybe. And Vampy was a little bit later on, that was published in Portugal, maybe 2003 too.
Yeah, about that.
2003, 2004.
Yeah, because in 2004 they cut back on Marvel because it wasn't expanding like they wanted to.
Yeah, they started the trade paperbacks.
Yeah. And Spider-Man had to go with associated sales with the newspaper.
Yeah,
with the sports newspaper.
But that collections with the newspaper.
Well.
Some guys and some kids from that time, they knew the comics from that collections with the newspaper.
Yep.
Sometimes I saw someone and say, "Oh, I love to read comic books." And so, what did you read when you were a kid? And they say, "Oh, I read that collection of comics from Spider-Man from the newspaper." And when I tell some of them, "Oh, but you also add the other collection." Did? Oh, I don't know that. I just found out one with the newspaper, because with the newspaper, it goes all around Portugal. It is the problem.
It reaches everybody. Yep.
Yeah, it reaches everybody.
JM, I think.
It is the main problem, I believe, in Portugal is that sometimes, oh, there is a new comic book. All right. And where can we find it? In Lisbon, in Porto, in the main cities. And then you go to the interior, and sometimes now with big supermarkets, they have the bookshops there that sells the books. But for some time, if we want some book, we had to come to Lisbon. And
I don't even understand how publishing, how comics publishing or band dessinée publishing still exists in Portugal. I mean, just the other week, I was reading an interview exactly with José de Freitas, I think. And he was saying that the average publishing numbers of an album, a French album in Portugal, is like 800 to 1,000 copies. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about hardcover, state-of-the-art printing, really beautiful books, and you're publishing 800 copies. I don't really understand how you can make it. And
if they do,
years, you have never published as much as we are getting in the market now. I mean, every week we have 4 or 5 different albums or more, right?
We've had years of over 400 comics, over 400 graphic novels in 1 year, and most of them are expensive because they're becoming bigger, more pages, 100, 120, 140 pages, all hardcover, all in color, things that cost $25.
And what I find funny is that as a teacher, I pass in many schools, and they have the school libraries, and I don't find in these school libraries the modern editions that Gustavo was relating. I find still the old editions from 30 years ago from Mary Berica publisher to Jeff and Comic Crack. Mary Berica Liber was one of our first comic book publishers. Not one of the first, but the one that...
they were. They go back to Electro Liber, who published the Mundo de Aventuras way back in the 1970s.
Oh,
and 80s.
I didn't know that. Oh, so they are really engaged.
The editor was Maria José Pereira's father.
Oh, all right. Oh, yes, that's
Augusto
true.
Magalhães.
But if you see the format of the books in those times, they were all soft cover. They got to the school libraries because they were cheap. And I believe that nowadays they can publish more than 800 or 1,000 editions because of
Mary Berica books would easily print out 6, 8, 12,000 copies.
And then they store 10,000 in the warehouses for the next 10 years.
Yeah, but
They
they
would sell
gave
to
many
Brazil even.
because they were cheap. They gave many to the school libraries all over the country. And I work in the Portuguese islands in Azores, and even there, I found in the school libraries books from that time, and I don't find any book from Levoir, from all those new publishers we have now with more expensive books.
Sure.
And still, the kids still read those old books. It is what they have, and they like to read those old books. They still like to read them, and sometimes the schools do some small sales of old books they have there, and kids
But still
they look
I
for
don't
the cheap ones.
I don't find the modern or the current Portuguese editions that expensive comparing to the price in other countries.
Yes,
right?
that's
paying,
the problem.
We are paying $20 for a 200 pages hardcover.
And we probably spend
you
more
would
money
pay in the US, I guess. I just don't understand how the Portuguese publish can print out 800 copies and still survive. I don't understand the math on that.
Yeah, it's just they have that situation that it has to sell a certain kind of books, right? To pay itself, for the book to pay itself. When the book pays itself, they invest the money in new books.
I don't know, man, but it has to
it's
pay
a work
the
of love.
editor also, and it has to pay the editor and the reviser and the letterer. I don't know. I don't figure it out.
Oh yeah, you guys gotta you guys gotta re-leather everything too.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah, so
But it is sometimes it is the same person. The same person is the editor, is the
translator, the letterer, the production guy.
I don't know
I forget.
how much.
So,
how much does it sell the mangas nowadays? We have one big publisher, one publisher that publishes well the mangas. I don't know how many books they print at each one, but I believe nowadays the format it is less expensive. Is black and white, a colored cover. The paper is not in the mangas. It's not very expensive. So it might be more. The numbers might be bigger in mangas, but the other ones, it's like Gustavo says, it is a labor of work.
Yeah.
And we also a way that we lost of getting kids is we don't have anything in the newsstands anymore. Nobody's publishing Disney. And Disney was always an entry point for everyone, because your dad would buy the newspaper and you'd go with him and you'd pester him, buy me a comic. Here, have an Uncle Scrooge.
I found out some time ago that nowadays what we see in the shelves, it is kind of magazines with promotional toys, and the magazines are not cheap, €5, and most of the money it is to pay the bonus toy that comes with that.
Yeah, buy a toy, get a free comic.
Yeah, sometimes I buy some to my daughter, and I found out, oh look, comic pages in the middle. And one day I sent an email to the publisher, and I asked them, so if you publish some comic book pages, in the future you might publish something from Disney or other kind of children comics. And the answer was, oh, that would be a good idea, but not in the near future.
Yeah, too expensive rights.
It's too expensive.
The copyrights for that is too expensive.
Yeah.
Because now we have the Brazilian editions that they are anthologies with many comics that
I think we can get French comics, because there's no other, because most of Portuguese people don't speak French anymore.
Yeah, in schools,
In the
French.
70s and 80s, French was the most taught second language in Portugal. In the late 80s, it changed to English.
Yeah.
And I think it changed all the paradigm for publishing foreign copies, foreign comics. It was less expensive to publish American comics or English language comics in the 70s and 80s, and it became just the opposite. And we can now get translated French copies easily and not English language comics.
Well, one of the things that José de Freitas is always complaining about is that when you launched a new series, from America in the Portuguese market, the second volume 2 would always sell very low numbers. Why? Because since most people now, since most of the readers are now speak English, they will get after trying the first volume in Portuguese, by volumes 2, 3, 4, and 5 already available in English. But since the younger people don't speak French anymore, if you put out a French series, they have to wait until it's translated into Portuguese.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, I'm right on the edge of still being able to understand both languages, because when I was a kid, you could still see French mainstream movies in the cinema. And we had TV series from France, Spain, Germany, Italy on TV. And in the 90s, we no longer had it. So we were all only used to English as the only available foreign language.
Yeah, I still remember that too. And at that time, I believe that even the royalties from the comics, they might be cheaper for European markets, maybe. Because the French market, it was so strong that the American publishers, they had to get here in some way, and maybe that's why at the beginning it was so much easier to publish American comics. But then it was that time in Portugal that some publishers start publishing too many series at the same time. And that was other reason why people don't buy the second volume, because sometimes, or even the first volume, because they think, I don't know if this series is going to be finished. And at the time, people still know how to speak French, and they said, I will just wait for the French editions. And now I believe
a funny thing on now on the impact of American comics in cultures is that a few years later you start seeing artists coming from those countries. That happened with the Filipinos first.
Yes.
Then it changed to the Brazilians, who had a very big impact in the late 70s, 80s. And then later on, you start seeing some Portuguese guys
and Italians,
some Eastern European guys. That's very interesting to see how a market opens to American comics and to Marvel comics, especially. And like 20 years later, the kids who grew up reading those comics start becoming available artists to the market, and at a cheaper price, right? Obviously. But that's very interesting.
Today I went to a signing with different Portuguese authors, and it was there Filipe Andrade, that now is very well known because of the comic The Many Deaths of Lila Star. And I was looking at him, and I remember Filipe Andrade from 2007, when my brother and his friends were at that signing. He was on the other side, and the year after, he did his first work, the BRK, and see where he's now, right? The American comic books at the time, it was the way of many Portuguese artists to start believing that maybe I can live from making comics. Not totally, but maybe. And we see that nowadays with Filipe Andrade, Jorge Coelho, but it is a minority. It's always a minority, unfortunately.
Sure.
I remember before I started my teacher course, I went to a Polish language course.
Diogo? What do you teach?
English and Portuguese for elementary school.
Okay.
And I remember my Polish teacher. I told her I like to read comics, and she told me, so after this course you will try to have a course of publishing or a course of comic book. And I said, that does not exist in Portugal. That was in 2001. And I don't know if they still have something in Guimarães, in the Politécnico. They had
I think they are starting some kind of comics course in Autónoma University.
Oh, okay, that's new.
Yeah.
Sometime ago, I knew something.
I heard
from,
something about that. Yeah.
From professional school in Guimarães. Guimarães, guys, is in this it was where Portugal began, in the north of Portugal.
Yeah, the birthplace of Portugal.
Yeah, the birthplace.
Worst soccer fans on the planet.
Oh, come on.
They lose, they trash your town. They win, they also trash your town.
They trashed their own town. Their own town. That was the best part. Don't tell me you are just being annoyed because of last week game. Are you from Sporting, Paulo?
No.
Okay. I thought you were.
I am. But
okay.
I stopped caring about football completely like half a dozen years ago, and I couldn't be happier about it. I'm so much lighter now. So much lighter. So much free.
I was not a football supporter until I get into comics. When I get to comics, Hugo Jesus from Central Comics, he is from a place in Portugal that is called Matosinhos, that has a very cool soccer club that is Leixões. And at the time, I had no club. I had no interest in soccer. And it was the year that his home team got to the finals of the Portuguese Cup. Yeah. And from then on, I am a Leixões fan.
Yeah.
But I like to be, because no one cares with my club. He's not in the main league. Nowadays, it is just like a younger players club. And when someone from Sporting, Porto, Benfica comes to me and say, "Oh, what is your club?" Leixões. Okay. No worries with you.
They don't believe him.
Yeah. Sometimes in the cup, they will play next week with Porto. They might do something cool.
We do have a graphic novel with a biography of Eusébio, who was who was the best player in the 1966 World Cup. And he was the first Portuguese player to get himself noticed. Nobody cared about Portugal in international soccer before then.
The Black Panther.
Yep.
Yeah, the Black Panther. Yeah.
That's what they call him.
The Black Panther.
I always found interesting that being Portugal, a country that loves football so much, we never had many comic book stories about football. We had that one about Eusébio. Then we had some from the Brazil with the character Pelezinho, and it was they come from Brazil. They are not even published by Portuguese publishers. And now we have one. about Benfica.
Mm.
Sports are not easy
there
to
were
do on comics, but
there were
there
right-
is a manga, Slam Dunk. Is that the
Oh no, the
manga
Captain
of
Tsubasa.
basketball?
Captain Tsubasa.
Yeah,
Oliver
yeah,
e
yeah,
Benji.
Tsubasa.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that was kind of I never cared much about that. But recently there's the manga Slam Dunk, I guess, which
From
is about the
basketball.
basketball team,
Yeah.
and it is very successful, very well done, like no other sports comic or manga or whatever has ever been.
My godson, he is 28 years now, but when he first started reading manga, Slam Dunk was one of his favorites. He liked basketball, and one day he was maybe 8, 9 years old, and he asked me, "Can you get me one of those mangas?" And he was starting to learn English in the primary school, and I said, "Okay, it is a way of you to start practicing your English." And still today he really likes that series. And now there is another one about volleyball that is very popular in Azores, because in Azores one of the main sports there, it is volleyball, especially in the small islands. And when I got there, with the help of the comic book library Mundo Fantasma, during the free comic book day, they sent me free comics to the island, so I give to the kids of all the school. And one of them, it was a preview from that volleyball manga, and the kids just adore that. I don't know if they ask some of them for the book to come to the island, but it is interesting how sports, it could be a way of making kids reading too.
Cool. What island are you at, Diogo?
I was in Graciosa, Flores, and Pico.
Okay.
the really small ones.
Yeah, I just love them. Flores, I was there during the pandemic, the pandemic year. We were in other planets during the pandemic because the news starts coming late February, and we were there in March, and then we closed like the rest of the world. And in May, the president of the autonomous presidency, he decided, okay, in the small islands there is no COVID, so let's go back to normal.
Yeah.
So the rest of the world was completely closed, and we made our life there.
Amazing.
I don't know if at the beginning if we had masks or not, but I remember my students calling me during the afternoon, asking me, "Teacher, can I go to the field with my father?" Because many of the kids, their parents, they raise cattle, and I said, I don't see why not. You are going with your parents. You are not going to big reunion of people, and there is no reason to be afraid. And it was a cool experience. And I always try to, when I was there, to get comics to the school library, because sometimes that is the most difficult to get, because in the small islands, I remember that there was no bookshop. We had to buy the books at the post office, or to send them to bring them from online. But the kids, they had the normal public library, but sometimes the books were a little bit old and not very attractive to the kids,
Right.
even though they like to read that old comic books. Because there were no other
Have
things.
something it's nice to have something that's more catered to you, though, right? Like with somebody that's caring about keeping it up. And yeah.
In Pico Island, it was different because it is a bigger island and they already have a much bigger public library, but still they don't have enough new comic books. And when I was there, I talked with one of the guys from the public library, and I gave them some of my books. And I said, oh, try to have, okay, it is important to have the comic book area for children, but try to have for the adults also. And he asked immediately, what?
Yeah.
For adults? What are you talking about? Erotic?
You're talking bigger
Pornographic?
island population is.
And I said,
Bigger island.
yeah, and I said, no,
Right.
not like that. I was saying that because nowadays there are books that, and it is proven that comic books they are not just for children. And some of the comics I gave to the public library, it was things about Moebius, most of them from European origin, and
Diogo,
see like
Diogo,
this.
How many inhabitants in Pico Island?
Oh, I can't remember right now.
Like 10,000?
Maybe a little bit less. I can't remember.
Okay. Yeah.
And in Flores, it is 3,000.
Yeah.
There was much more in the beginning of the 21st century.
Yeah,
but
very
then,
small. Very
yeah,
small.
then people they started coming from the inland, to the mainland. Sorry, to the mainland, and one of the things that I found more curious in the beginning was that one day in Flores now they don't have a football team; they just have indoor football. And an old man told me one day in 50, 70 years ago, we had 14 teams in the island.
Dang.
And I said, the island is so small. How can you get 14 teams playing? Oh, each land had its own team. But nowadays we have no boys. The families got separated. They went to the bigger islands, and nowadays they have just 2 small indoor soccer teams.
And to Massachusetts.
Oh, some of them went to America also. But it was a good experience, and in a way it is good for us from the mainland to know that that part of the country is not the faraway part. Like they like to say, for instance, in Flores, we are not the end of Europe, we are the beginning of Europe. Because sometimes we forgot that Azores is also Portugal.
Yeah. Although that island is already on the American continental plate.
Yeah, and the rest of the islands, they feel the trembling from the Eden volcanoes, the underwater volcanoes, and that does not happen in Flores Island and the Corvo. Because they are in the American part already. So when 2 years ago, when the island of São Jorge, they had that crisis, the people in Flores, we are okay, we don't feel anything. I was in Pico. I don't felt it, but one of my students from the north parts of the island, smaller one of the smallest kids, he said, "Oh, last night I felt that." And the other kids asked him, "How do you know that?" "Because I fell from my bed." And one of his cousins said, "You always fell from your bed. You are day walker, not day walker. What they say?
Sleepwalker.
Sleepwalking. You are sleepwalker. Of course, you get down from your bed." But it is. If you someday have the chance to visit the Azorean Islands, go for the smaller ones, because normally people from the tourist agencies they sell you only the São Miguel, the bigger one, and the Terceira Islands. And for me, São Miguel is like Lisbon in an island, in a less proportion, but not very big, but still it is a city inside of an island. The other ones, each island is a different planet.
Hey
And
man, Flores is for sailors like Mecca. Is the
yes, it is.
going to Flores for sailors is like the goal. It's his life goal.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the nature there, it's completely virgin. Even the people there, they have a big respect for the nature, and they want to maintain that like it is at the most they can, because they know that the island, it just gives them everything they need.
Mm.
And the environment there, it is hard. We had a tornado when I was there, the Lorenzo tornado. When I was there maybe 1 month, and the principal, the director from the school, he told me, tomorrow you don't come to the school, okay? You stay home. And have I done something wrong? No, we have a tornado tomorrow. And I said, tornado? What? Yes. Right now it's level 5. Level 5. If it gets here in level 5, it will wipe us out. But don't worry, we'll be evacuated before that. But I believe it will come here in level 3. And then I go researching what is a level 3 tornado. And damn, I was just, okay, it might not be the brightest idea coming to Flores Island this year to teach, but I will never forget that night. It was one of the scariest night I had in my life. My house, it was a old house with wooden roof.
Uh-oh.
And I felt the tornado during the whole night.
Yeah, but that's just a bit windy for the
For
other
them
guys.
it is. For them it is, because
Just a
the
bit windy.
normal
Yeah.
wind speed in Flores, it is 100 kilometers per hour.
Oh.
And what they said, it was different because it was 24 hours with that kind of velocity of winds during 24 hours. It was the difference. And when we were in the eye of the tornado, I come outside and I was near the sea, and I saw how nature is perfect. The way the tornado was swirling in the ocean, it was like it was cleaning itself from the pollution we humans do. And I saw that, and I thought, okay, this is just nature telling us, you have to change because I'm stronger than you.
You don't stand a chance. Yeah.
Yeah. And when it ended, it was like, okay, we have a new change, it is a new beginning. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as far as the traveling to various places, it's a lesson I learned early on in traveling. Wherever you go, wherever the tourists are going, you go the opposite way. That's always the best. That's always the best. Go wherever they're not.
The year I was there, there was a small opening in August for people to travel. And since we were one of the places in the world where there was no COVID, people started discovering the Flores Islands. And we had some tourists by the beginning of July. And one day, a lady that worked at the school, she got to us, to the teachers, and she told us, a plane came with tourists, and it also came with lots of black bags. Lots of black bags? What are you trying to say? Well, the tourists will bring COVID, the tourists will go away, they will left us with the COVID, and then we'll die, and they need the bags to take us out. That's great. Okay. That's good black humor. but I believe that they
Wow.
just had a COVID case in 2021, almost
Right.
2 years after the pandemic started. There was no, because when all that began, the hospital there is a very old hospital, and we had a ventilator, and the ventilator was broken.
Oh
So
boy.
if we got that in the beginning, maybe the whole island would be wiped out too.
I
It
don't
was a
know.
very good year to be in Flores Island.
COVID had very little impact on comics writing, didn't it? There are not many references to COVID in comics. I don't know. Did Marvel or DC got any
Yeah.
influence from
Savage
from
Dragon.
COVID?
Oh yeah,
Savage
yeah.
Dragon.
Savage
Yeah.
Dragon, yes, it has. Right.
Okay.
But
That's the only one, but none of the other ones mentioned it at all. None of the other publishers mentioned anything.
yeah,
So,
it was like something we just want to forget.
yeah.
Right.
Now that sometimes in some modern Marvel comics and DC comics, we still can see in the background characters wearing a mask, just like
Yeah.
a small reminder that
Right.
this exists, right? But not the main spot. Maybe 10 years from now, it will be a topic for writing books.
Yeah.
I
Right.
bet. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and I
Nowadays-
think
now-
also at the time it was such a hot button topic too that
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
they all just wanted to stay the hell away from it for fear of, if we say anything that's anything, you know what I mean? So I think you're
Right.
right. Like, give it some time, and then we'll start seeing all the references when we have some distance from it, right?
And Dr.
I-
Doom will be behind COVID. Yeah.
There
Yeah.
was it was not
Right.
the only one, but the first one. There was a comic book anthology in Portugal, made by different creators, and at the time they just placed an announcement. I don't know where, maybe in Twitter, and they said, "Okay, we need writers, we need artists, and then we will we'll take names, and okay, you might not be a professional writer, but maybe you will write a story for a Portuguese artist." And I was lucky enough to got chosen to work with one of our best artists, Joana Afonso. We did a small one page comic. The anthology, I don't know if I have it here. Oops. I had it, but now I don't have it. Sorry. It was
What was it?
called Turn the Page, Virar a Página.
Okay.
Do you remind that? There was a crowdfunding.
I heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a crowdfunding, and then the main at the beginning the objective it was to donate the money from the crowdfunding to the nurses and to the doctors that were at the time fighting against the first waves of COVID. But then we took so many time finishing the stories that when we finished the stories, there was no necessity of giving money to help those people, and
Right.
the money from the crowdfunding it was given to homeless people association in Portugal to help them buy computers to their association so that the homeless people can work there and can find jobs through their computers in their rooms. But it was very cool because at the time I never imagined that, I'm going to write a comic book story for Joana Afonso.
Yeah, Joana Afonso has a great style.
Yeah, and she we made a story about my daughter. I have it here. Just a second.
Do I recognize that artist's name? It sounds vaguely familiar to me. Would it be something that?
Not
No,
yet.
Not yet. Okay.
I think so.
We're working. working in the. I think Mario wants to get her published in English.
Yeah, she
But
could
it's
be
a-
published in the American market easily. She has a very distinctive style, almost kind of.
I believe she had something in the American market, image anthology, some time ago, maybe 2017.
Her characters almost look like puppets in a way, like string puppets.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah.
cool. Very cool.
Okay. Yep.
And we made this comic about my daughter and a grandmother. That it is the fusion of my daughter grandmothers, and the story is like this, in black and white. Oops. It was a day of the kids teaching the grandmother how to communicate with her during the pandemic, because the first idea was that children were dangerous for the elderly.
Right.
That
And
looks very good.
the way to communicate and to do what normally young kids do with their grandparents, it was the mobile phone. So the character of the grandmother, Joanna, I sent her pictures from my daughter and the grandmothers, and she made a fusion of the four grandmothers in this character. In the first one, the little kid is making gymnastics with the grandmother by the phone. Then the grandmother is teaching the young girl some traditional games. Here, the little one is making a cake with the grandmother, and by the end, she's playing with the rabbit, and she's saying, "Okay, now grandmother, you will be She-Ra, and the bunny will be something else." And the grandmother says, "But why do I have to be He-Man? He-Man is a man." And it finished like this. And I have the colored version too. This is the original.
I don't think I've ever seen such detailed drawing by Joan Afonso. Very nice.
We had
Very
the time to do it.
Very,
We had
very
nothing else to do during that time.
Uh-huh.
Wait, just like this.
Very cool.
2 years ago, this comic book page, there is a international arts contest in Fayal Islands, also in Azores, and she won the first prize with this work of her 2 years ago. She phoned me and she said, "Oh, you are now in Azores. We won the first awards." And I said, "Oh, cool!" And then she said, "Oh, let's share the award." And I said, "No, the award is completely yours. I just wrote it. You had all the hard work."
I have an older book by her here.
I have that one too.
Yep. And this one is available in English in the Kingpin Books website.
The Waltz, right? In English, it is the Waltz.
The Waltz. Yeah. And it has sea zombies.
Yeah, it is.
Nice.
It talks about something that happened 50 years ago in Portugal during the dictatorship. We took almost 50 years to start speaking about that period of time in Portugal in comics.
Right.
Yeah, big taboo.
Looks amazing.
Yeah.
I found her website as well too. So
yeah, during 40 years we are in the dictatorship. No one can talk about being without freedom, right? And I believe that for some time after we gained freedom, people were still afraid of speaking about dictatorship and all that's happened during that time. There were other comic books about the dictator, and before this one from Joan Afonso and Nuno Duarte, but still, I believe, like Gustavo is saying, that for some time it was a taboo, even after the the end of the dictatorship to speak about that.
Yeah, there's a couple of girls in Portugal, artist girls, that really should start getting some attention from the outside markets. Joana Afonso is one of them. Rita Alfaiate, who I've mentioned before a lot, is another one.
The other Joana Mozzi, also.
Joana Mozzi, maybe, yeah. And a couple of guys also. There's talent in Portugal that if the opportunity comes for them to publish outside, they will be very, very good and welcomed.
And it's funny that girls nowadays, maybe this was always like this, but girls nowadays, they really invest in art. This Friday, I asked my students to do a small Christmas card to give to the younger students, and at the cover of the cards, I asked them to do their faces as a comic book character they like. The boys, they don't give a damn. Stick figures, not very well drawn, but the works from the girls, oh boy, they are 10, 11 years old from 6th grade. And I saw that and I said, oh my, you are just amazing artists already. And if they keep investing in art, and if there is no one that says that, oh, don't go that way because art, it is difficult. I believe the next generation of Portuguese artists, not only comics, which will be mainly, or at least the majority, which will be women.
Yeah,
and
I guess so.
But unfortunately, right now, I think that the market is still very gender oriented to male artists.
Yeah. Still.
It still
At
is.
this point in time, it still is.
It still is. If we see that in Portugal, we have maybe 5, 6 Portuguese artists, men working in Marvel and DC, and
but none of the girls would be able to work in that kind of market, right?
Yeah.
Not Marvel.
The only I just know 2 that are there and that they are doing the colors. That is Joana Lafuente. She works for I don't know if she's in IDW, maybe IDW, and there is another one that is now working with Dark Horse, I believe. They both are from they are colorists, but they all began drawing, but in some part of their way they start saying, okay, this is difficult to break in. So
right. And it feels like colorists kind of classically, especially with like North American comics, you know, there's a lot of women that have been involved in that. So maybe it's
there's a sensibility. In a way, there is a sensibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that. I can see that with my daughter. She has a sensibility. She's 9 years old now.
Yeah.
She has a sensibility choosing the colors she uses in her drawings.
Right.
I believe that is something that girls are better than us guys, choosing colors. And
yeah, I took my cousin and her daughters to Amadora this year, and the kids are 7. They just turned 7, and they both like to draw, but one is better than the other. And I showed her some exhibits, and they were still black. They had black and white art, and she complained she couldn't look at it because the drawing was incomplete.
That's correct. That's correct. The first time my daughter sees some of my mangas, she asked me if she can paint them.
Right.
I fought for 5 seconds and I said, one day you will do it.
Yeah, right.
Because if she finds that isn't complete, make it better.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
She already painted some of my there was a collection of Harley Quinn books some time ago here in Portugal in hardcover, and in the end and the beginning of the book there was a black and white page with drawings by Amanda Conner. She was at the time 4 or 5 years old. It was the time when she started grabbing pencils and using them. And one day she was picking the book, and she had the coloring pencils next to her. And I opened the book in the black and white pages, and I said, "If you want, you can paint."
Yeah, right.
And she loved it.
Yeah.
Then later on I took a picture, I put it on Twitter, and I sent it to Jimmy Palmiotti. And Amanda Conner, she put a like there, and I showed her, see, the lady who did this drawing, she liked your colors.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying before, with the students sitting by creators, I mean, that's the other good thing about, you know, this connectedness, right? Like you're getting that encouragement, and they're seeing that firsthand. You know, the world is that much smaller, and that's really great. That's pretty cool.
Sometimes in the tests, I place some images, and I try to be updated in their tastes, what they are seeing now. And in the beginning of the year, I made the test with characters from Demon Slayer.
What
the problem was trying to make them start doing the test, because when they got the test and they see the characters there, oh, the teacher knows this anime. Yeah. Teacher, do you know any other anime? And I was saying, we had to start doing the test. Yes, teacher, but the Demon Slayer character is here. Where did you find the test with the Demon Slayer character?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, in a way, it is it's a form that we can get to make them be more interested in school also.
Absolutely.
And one of the best things that comes from American comics, I believe it is the Free Comic Book Day. We don't have many comic book shops here in Portugal, but the owners, I have to say that they have been helping me a lot, because every year I don't go to the same library, so they don't think that I am always asking to the same. But they never told me, "Oh, sorry, Diogo, it can't be. This is for our customers." Every time I say, "This is for the school where I am now," they just say, "Take as many as you want."
Yeah.
Because in a way, it's just like this that we can start making new readers. And what Paulo said before, that we are missing comics for kids in the public stands. That is true, because it is good to have a very good book with a hardcover, but sometimes it's not so appealing to the smaller kids.
Yeah,
they need to feel that if I tear the page of the book, or if I paint a little bit the book, there is no problem. And
not as precious or whatever.
Right.
And we can see that in school libraries. In school libraries, some of the books, they have missing pages. Some of the books, they don't have covers, but the kids still get that books, because if the art is good, if the story is the story is good, they don't mind that the book is not in perfect condition.
Yeah, and they'll just read them over and over again. My daughter's a big reader, and there's been books that she's taken from the school library. She volunteers there as well too, puts the books back on the shelves and kind of helps tidy up. But she'll take sometimes the same book out and read it. It's like, haven't you read that? Yeah, read it a few times, but I love it so much, and she'll just keep going at it, right? Which is damn good. You know,
sometimes I feel ashamed.
Finding that love of a story is a good thing for sure.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel ashamed when I see that my students read more than me.
Yeah, yeah.
And I keep giving the wrong reasons for not reading. Oh, I'm too tired. Oh, I pass too many time making tests and preparing classes. They have full lives too, and they can read 2 books a month.
Man, time is different for kids.
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
still,
Yeah.
nowadays kids,
Scientists
kids,
say
they have.
yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying just that nowadays kids, some of them, they have their lives really busy.
Yeah, they do.
Some do.
And they find time to read.
Time is different. Yeah.
Some
Scientists
generations
say
back.
that as we get older, we just get used to the passing of time, and that's why it just gets faster and faster. And when you're a kid, 24 hours can be a very, very long time.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But even the ones that don't like to read very much, if they find a book that brings their attention,
yeah,
it might be just that book, but they will read
Right.
and read and read over and over again.
Sure.
My brother is he teaches English in China, and he at the school he's currently at, he's kind of across from Hong Kong. He's taking over the library there too, so he's filling it with comics. And there's been kind of 2 hits. One boy, Alan Moore's Swamp Thing, was an enormous hit. This kid just absolutely was blown away by it. And then the new one, I got him interested in some Scoiton, and he got Fever and Urbicon, and that one is a hit with the girl as well too. So it's like he's putting stuff in this library that's like not just kind of Marvel and DC, right? Like trying to feed a bunch of different things. So it's
the
been
other thing about the other thing about the Chinese market is that, like, my uncle used to collect the Cantonese versions of books, and he would say the art's great, stories sucked, and all of them. Like the art is great in the books, but the stories and all that didn't catch you at all. It was just like rinse and repeat. It was like nothing. And that's why like the Alan Moore stuff, and that's why all that stuff they gravitate towards, because the art's actually decent and the story's actually good. But he showed me a couple of those books, and it's like, yeah, the art's great in it. The art's like amazing in the book. But he goes, if you read the story, it's a different story. It's like,
yeah, right.
Yep, that is correct.
Yeah, Werewolf by Lunchtime is right. In a day or 2, they read the complete book and they ask for another one.
Yeah.
The only problem I find, and that in a way is changing, not in the school libraries of in the schools I was in the islands, there was not that problem, because they really want the kids to get in the library. So when I got there and I said, maybe this book, maybe that book, bring this book, that the kids will like it, and they accepted my opinion. That doesn't happen with the schools in the mainland. In the schools in the that is changing, but sometimes when we have older teachers there, because sometimes the school library, it is given to people that is almost getting retired. They have a small schedule in school, so the school library gets to be their main function there, and they don't see comics or graphic novels as a good reading for kids.
Yeah, right.
They have a small box with the books. Most of the time, it is that box where the kids go most of the times. But they are always saying, but that is not literature. You have to read books, not comic books.
It's the same thing, man. It's just it got pictures. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But for many times, for Many times I see this and I don't confront my colleagues, but
I don't know how to explain to people that these are not illustrated stories.
yes,
The narrative is provided by the art, and they don't get it.
last year I was in a school teaching Portuguese in Lisbon, and it is that part of the year that we say, okay, now you have to choose a book and do a presentation about the book. And the kids were used to have this kind of answer from the Portuguese teachers. You can choose this book, that book, but if it is a comic book, it can't be. You can't do a presentation about a comic book. And sometimes it appears some crazy teacher like me. And they asked me, you are like the other teachers that say that comics, mangas, we can do presentations about that. And I said, are you going to read the books from the beginning to the end? Yes. So you can't do a presentation about it. And they said, what? Can we? Yes. You just have to do a good presentation. And if you read the book from the beginning to the end, I will know because you'll do a good work. And it was cool. I had one of the kids that made a presentation about Neil Gaiman.
Oh man,
11 years kids. I was like, when I was 11 years old, I didn't know Neil Gaiman. Okay, but
yeah.
How did she get there? Maybe their parents gave her some hints to get that books. And there are 2 years ago, it was the Sandman series in Netflix too. Maybe that was the entry point for her. But she presented to the colleagues a complete list of books from Neil Gaiman. And she said, those ones are a bit more tricky, but you will like it. And it was cool seeing the other kids in the end picking their mobile phones and searching for the books the other colleague did the presentation of.
Right.
And when we say that, oh, nowadays kids, they are just in mobile phones playing games. Yes, they're playing games. But if we present to them something different, they also use the mobile phones to look for that. We can't just give.
Diogo, did you get any artificial intelligence based works?
In the end of the year, our colleague from ICT, Information Communication Technology, she presented the IA platform to the children.
Yeah, sure.
And the reason was very simple, because the older students from the high school, they already use the platform, and the parents didn't know that. The older Portuguese teachers didn't know that. I'm not the older Portuguese teacher. I also had no idea that platform existed. And my colleague said, look, when they do the final presentation, don't say you can't use the ChatGPT. Tell them they can use it,
but not the whole thing.
But if they want to have a good work, they have to research first, because the machine doesn't do everything. And some of them, in the format of the work, I saw that come from the IA platform. But the content of the work, it was from them. The indications they gave to the IA, they had first to research to know about that.
Man, that's kind of crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, but the format of the works, they're all the same. The introduction, the index. I saw, okay, they went to that platform. They put all the ingredients, and they are all presenting the same way. But at least the content, and it is that we have to.
Yeah, but just imagine if we had it when we were kids. You know how much we would get away with. Is that they're getting away with a lot more than we were back then.
Yeah.
It's like we had to write it by hand, and then now they get the, you know.
They,
So,
but
I
now
had to
they really
forge
are.
my
They
parents'
really are.
signature by
Yeah.
hand.
yeah,
They really are a different generation of human beings because
yeah,
we see this as a way of skipping work, and I believe this generation will not think like that.
right,
It will use this technology as a way to not to skip work but to improve their work.
Right.
right,
It will be another tool of art for them.
Right. And I think that's a thing that happens a lot, right? We end up thinking about these things from our older
Yeah.
perspective.
Right.
We're not growing up with it, so they have a different relationship. And it's an
Right.
interesting angle to like not kind of say you can't use it, but just like,
Right.
okay, listen, we know you're gonna, there's some of you gonna, so here's the parameters, like laying out those parameters, I think is a pretty smart way to try to tackle it.
Yesterday
and
during the
address it.
class, when they were doing their covers for the Christmas card, some of the kids asked me, I need some inspiration for my work. Can I use my mobile phone to research the image that I need? I was a little bit reluctant, but it was the last day of school, and okay, use it, but just for today. But for them, it's not. They are not cheating, and I saw
Right.
they were looking for image of Santa Claus, of pine
References,
trees,
Right.
and they are
Like
not
artists
copying,
and cartoonists have
over
done their whole
the
lives.
mobile phone. They
Yeah.
just saw it. Okay, it's like this. They close the mobile
Yeah.
phone and they start drawing. It is another trade of work for me.
Yeah, it's their flat files, right? It's their version of, you know,
Right.
having the the stuff cut out from magazines in a folder or
Right.
whatever. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Interesting.
in a
I've
way-
got to get my 10-year-old to bed. Speaking of kids,
All right.
Paulo, happy birthday! It was great to meet
Thank
you, Jeff.
Yeah, oh,
Diogo,
Great to meet
nice
you
to as well.
I have something
Gee.
for Paulo, since it's not his 50, it's not 50, right? It's still 42, 43,
44.
44. Okay. More simple. I have this for you when we meet. Howard the
that's
Duck,
nice.
50th birthday.
That's nice.
I will send
Very
to you.
nice.
I will send it to you. Okay.
I'll
Gus.
probably be around Lisbon somewhere next week. No, but we'll talk. See if we can meet up.
Just before I leave, Gus, let's chat sooner than a year or two again. It was nice to see you
Yeah,
tonight.
Terrence.
All right, later.
See you guys.
No, it's
See
okay.
ya.
It
Thank you
happens.
to all
It
of you.
happens. Good night.
Happy birthday, Paul.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's very, very late.
Yeah.
I mean, Paulo is probably on the East Coast time zone so far. Diogo is in the Azores time zone, which is 1 hour
Yeah.
less.
It's almost 4 a.m. here.
Yeah. I gotta go
and
also,
the stream
guys.
started almost 5 hours ago.
All the peoples that know me say, in doubt, blame Diogo. It was my fault.
It was your fault.
I talk too much.
But Diogo, very nice to meet you in face-to-face kind of thing. Jeff, we
very
had
nice to meet you too.
opportunity to speak, but nice to meet you. And Paulo, happy birthday, man. And
Thanks, man.
I'll see you soon again. Okay.
Total.
Bye-bye.
Oh yeah, definitely. Bye.
See ya.
Okay. And we are, and I'm shutting down the stream. So to everyone who managed to watch at least a little bit of it,
5 hours. 5 hours of stream. Whoa. Did we beat the record?
No, well, no. I think what was it? I think Grayman has the record for that one, or Gray. One of those other guys.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Right.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night,
I'm
everybody.
going out in Paulo's town.
Okay, no, there are streams when I was falling asleep at Jared Osborne's channel, so it does it.
Yeah.
happened.
Thankfully,
Okay.
tomorrow is Sunday for the people who doesn't work.
Yeah.
No, I have a photo shoot with the car I'm test driving. So
Okay. You are not driving, right?
I am driving.
You are, and you are driving. All right.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Mr. P.
Happy birthday.